cartoon, baby, I could be a mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. I want you to beg for it. If you want it, claim it. Get on top and tame it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient, but now I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing at midnight? This lovely midnight in December. Let's see. All right, what's everybody been up to? Okay. No, I haven't reacted to Fuentes on Piers. I feel like I missed the window to do that. I mean, I guess it's technically kind of like evergreen content, but like, I don't know. Also, I would be lying if I didn't say that I was reacting to some PBD segment and Adam Sosnick said that like it's YouTube is deprioritizing people that covered that or put that in their title or something like that. So I never looked into it, but that was something that chilled my desire to go do it. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. Piers made some good points and Fuentes basically doubled down on his usual rhetoric or made sarcastic Holocaust maximalist points that flew over Piers' head. Sounds like the average Piers Morgan interview. He preps for about like 20 minutes of it and then he loses the plot. Because I think he always expects and like builds in that he's going to get sidetracked because of something that the guest says or something that he wants to bring up that's unrelated to what's being discussed. And when you were talking to somebody like a fucking Holocaust denier, you probably should do more homework than that. Not just assume. But somebody mentioned this really quick before we get into everything. This is hilarious in a bad way. And in a way that it's like if you don't laugh, you'll cry. This was reported a couple of days ago. I don't know how I didn't see this. Schumer, Senate Democrats introduced resolution condemning Fuentes and Carlson. This is a great idea. This is definitely not an anti-Semitism supercharger. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat from New York, our fave, our boy, and nearly all Senate Democrats are set to introduce a resolution on Monday condemning neo-Nazi influencer Nick Fuentes Tucker Carlson for hosting Fuentes on his show. The legislation also highlights that Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts defended Carlson and Fuentes and notes, if the purpose of doing shit like this is so you can draw attention to that, why don't you just do like a press conference? Why don't you just do literally anything else except this? This is not the only way to get news out there. In fact, there's more ways than ever to get news out to the public, and yet they do shit like this. My God. And notes that the Trump admin nominated an official who expressed affinity for the Nazis, referring to Paul Ingrassia. The resolution comes weeks after Carlson's friendly sit-down with Fuentes prompted a reckoning in the conservative movement. No, it didn't. Over anti-Semitism, like, citation for this. Where's the reckoning? Is the reckoning in the room with us right now? over anti-Semitism on the far right and its normalization in certain circles. Schumer reportedly sought Republican backing for the resolution, but no Republicans have signed on at this point. The resolution outlines Fuentes' long history of overt anti-Semitic activity, as well as the series of anti-Semitic comments that Fuentes repeated on Carlson's podcast. It highlights Carlson's failure to push back on or reject the claims made by Fuentes, and that Carlson at times even validated his framing. No way. Right-wing propagandist Tucker Carlson did that? Shocking. Also notes that Carlson was a keynote speaker at the 2024 Republican National Convention. Who is this for? What is this doing? How is this helping anyone? The legislation states that the Senate strongly rejects the views of and platforming of Nick Fuentes. The Senate has, begun platforming discourse. Condemns the effort by Tucker Carlson to platform and mainstream Nick Fuentes. I love how, this is not only Tucker Carlson's doing, let's be real. I mean, he's a big part of it, but no, he's not the only person to blame for that. The resolution also specifically highlights that Roberts posted a video defending Carlson and attacking those criticizing him, accusing Roberts of employing quote-unquote anti-Semitic dog whistles, as well as refusing to take down the video, even as he apologized for portions of it. It calls on all elected officials, thought leaders, and community leaders to reject and condemn white supremacy and anti-Semitism whenever and wherever they occur. And it highlights President Donald Trump nominated Paul Ingrassia, who said in an unearthed group chat that he has a Nazi streak in me from time to time, for an admin post, and has since named him to a different role in the admin after his nomination was withdrawn. The resolution does not specifically name Ingrassia. Why? Why? I don't understand. Why leave the name out? If you're going to do this stupid shit, don't half-ass it. I don't understand. The resolution is being sponsored by every Senate Democrat. This legislation has been supported by a series of Democratic-affiliated and progressive-minded Jewish groups, including Democratic Majority for Israel, the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, the Jewish Democratic Council of America, Jewish Women International, the Union for Reform Judaism, Hadassah, and the National Council of Jewish Women. How is it that they have all of these interest groups, and yet none of them understand media strategy or how to actually dismantle anti-Semitism? That is bleak. The platforming of individuals who promote hateful, anti-Semitic, and white supremacist rhetoric is dangerous and entirely at odds with American values, JWI CEO Meredith Jacobs said in a statement. This is being idealistic. Okay, let's just say that's true. Here's what's not at odds with American values. Making as much money as fucking possible. Just no matter what. And that is what these people who are platforming Nick Fuentes are doing. They look at Nick Fuentes and they see dollar signs and they hear ka-ching sounds. That's why they do it. Also, partially, they agree with the guy. But a lot of it is money. They want to make money. They want to get clicks. They want relevancy. That doesn't make it right. But that is very American. JCPA CEO Amy Spidlnick said that anti-Semitic and white supremacist extremism threatens every single one of our communities and the core of our democracy, yet we've seen political leaders continue to embrace and platform this deadly hate and those who peddle it, like Nick Fuentes, and urged all senators to support the resolution. This is not what you do. Even Republicans refusing to sign on to this is not going to do what they think it's going to do. You have to confront these individuals and see if they'll condemn him, see if they'll criticize him. That way you can get them on the record just not doing it. That's the closest you can get to making the Republican Party look bad or take responsibility for this. This resolution will do absolutely nothing except probably increase the amount of anti-Semitism in the world. DMFI urged the Senate to send a powerful message that there is no place for these hateful ideologies in our society by passing this measure. Yeah, one of those houses of Congress that, has record low favorability and trust from the American public. Yeah, the American public's definitely going to listen to them on this resolution. They definitely care what the U.S. Senate and U.S. politicians think about Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and other people that talk to him. Haley Soifer, the CEO of JDCA, condemned Republicans for not signing on to the resolution. The issue should not be partisan, yet not one Republican has joined this resolution. No one should be surprised about that. And the President of the United States has refused to condemn Fuentes, Tucker Carlson's platforming of Fuentes, and the hate they've espoused. Soifer said in a statement, "We're deeply concerned about Republicans placing politics above efforts like this one to combat white nationalism, anti-Semitism, and hate, and strongly encourage them to join this effort. Update. The article was updated to reflect the legislation's findings highlight Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts' defense of Carlson and Fuentes, but the resolution does not specifically condemn him. They have no principles. I mean, again, if you mean Republicans, it's like, well, again, like what I said they do, but it's lining their pockets and making money and showing fealty to Donald Trump. So that they're always principled. They're always principled on. You can always rely on the Republicans to do those two things. This is literally platforming. Schumer is advertising for him. Yeah, exactly. Like, why are you doing this? You're just like, in a very significant way, you're legitimizing him. But I mean, like, I'm somebody who, when I didn't even like that Biden in the 2020 debate stage, like, asked Trump to condemn the Proud Boys and said the Proud Boys by name. But that's just me, because you're drawing attention to them. That's what they want. Condemning them does literally nothing but bring more attention to them. I mean, condemning them in this way, yes. Condemning them loudly in other ways, no. I do think that there is a way to do this, but this is not how you defeat this man. This is how you embolden this man. And by this man, I mean Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and any other right-wing grifter. Okay. So, wait. Spoilers. Okay. Rob Reiner, we all know him. We all love him. Was killed. I'm going to bed last night and I get an Apple News notification that he was murdered, and so was his wife. So I haven't looked into this. I'm sure everybody who's watching probably has seen something about it, but I want to see where we're at with this. Rob Reiner and wife found stabbed to death. What we know. The director's family said that Mr. Reiner and his wife Michelle died on Sunday. Their son Nick Reiner was arrested on suspicion of murder, police said. Rob Reiner, the award-winning Hollywood actor and director, and his wife, the producer and photographer Michelle Singer Reiner, were found stabbed to death in their home in LA on Sunday, according to the police and others briefed on the case. Their son, Nick Reiner, 32 years old, was arrested on suspicion of murder on Sunday night and was being held in a jail in Los Angeles County with no bail, the police said. Police officials said the case would be presented on Tuesday to the LA County District Attorney as the office considers charges. No additional information about criminal charges was immediately available. That's crazy how he killed his parents. Well, we don't know yet. I mean, he's the only person who seems to be like a suspect. Here's what we know about, obviously it is a low probability event to be killed by your own kids, but to be killed by somebody you know, not rare at all. If you're going to be killed or die in these circumstances, it's usually because of somebody you knew. Here's what we know about Rob Reiner's death and his career. The police responded after deaths were reported at Mr. Reiner's house. Jim McDonald, the chief of police for the LAPD, said that officers responded to reports of deaths at Mr. Reiner's residence in the Brentwood neighborhood of LA at around 3:40 p.m. on Sunday. Officers discovered two bodies inside, who were very soon identified as Rob and Michelle Reiner. A very, very tragic incident, Chief McDonald said at a news conference on Monday. Nick Reiner had struggled with drug abuse and homelessness. Nick Reiner, their son, had talked over the years about his struggles with drug abuse and bouts of homelessness. Partly because of that history, the police focused almost immediately on him, according to a person who was briefed by the authorities. Oh my God. Okay, if the basis is literally just that he struggled with drug abuse and homelessness, that's crazy. Maybe they're like, as the basis to talk to him and not just the fact that he's like close to them or whatever, but maybe there was, additional evidence. But on its own, that is kind of an insane basis to like pull somebody in. And spoke on condition of anonymity because they did not have the authority to speak publicly about the investigation. In his teens and 20s, Nick Reiner had been in and out of rehab. He worked with his father on a movie, Being Charlie, that was loosely inspired by his early life. When the film was released in 2015, he said he had been back home in LA and was staying clean. The night before the Reiners were killed, Rob and Nick Reiner attended a holiday party at the home of the comedian Conan O'Brien, according to three attendees who asked not to be named to maintain relationships. Rob and Nick Reiner got into a shouting match at the party, said one of the attendees, who recalled Rob Reiner telling his son that his behavior was inappropriate. The attendee, who did not speak to any of the Reiners at the party, said it was unclear what the argument was about, but Nick Reiner's past struggles were commonly known. Reports were of overwhelming forensic evidence. Many of Rob Reiner's movies became classics. Mr. Reiner was born in the Bronx to a successful show business family. His father, Carl Reiner, created The Dick Van Dyke Show in the 60s, and his mother, Estelle Reiner, was an actress and singer. The younger Mr. Reiner enrolled in drama class in high school and landed roles in small theaters, later created his own improv group, rose to fame in the 70s when he played Meathead, Archie Bunker's son-in-law on the sitcom All in the Family, won 2 Emmy Awards for his work on the show, made his directorial debut with the 1984 film This Is Spinal Tap, a mockumentary about a British band past its prime that became a cult classic. He'd later go on to direct The Princess Bride and the 1989 hit When Harry Met Sally. One day, Michelle, a photographer, visited the New York set of When Harry Met Sally and was watching a scene when Mr. Reiner spotted her. A few months later, they were married. He was a Democrat and longtime political activist. In addition to being a Hollywood hitmaker, Mr. Reiner, a Dem, was an outspoken supporter of political causes. In 1998, he spearheaded a ballot initiative in California to raise taxes on tobacco to pay for early childhood programs. In 2005, he joined forces with labor unions to challenge some of the policies of Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, a Republican. In 2006, voters rejected an initiative he led that would have raised income taxes on top earners to pay for half-day preschool for all 4-year-olds in California. That is bleak. Later, he backed a legal campaign to persuade the Supreme Court to establish same-sex marriage as a constitutional right. The stature of Mr. Reiner and his wife, among the biggest names in the Democratic Party, was evident in the tributes released after their death. Together, he and his wife lived lives defined by purpose, former President Barack Obama said on social media. They will be remembered for the values they championed and the countless people they inspired. Jesus. This is fucking tragic. The way this is being reported makes me think that Rob Reiner was probably abusive. Why was his son dealing with homelessness when his family is giga rich? Damn, that's a conclusion you could draw from this, I suppose. I would need to know a lot more before jumping to that. I would need to know. I mean, he and his son had a relationship now. Also, you would be surprised how many people in Hollywood have poor relationships with their kids, even though they're really, really wealthy. Like Lawrence Fishburne's daughter briefly was a porn star, and he disowned her and stopped talking to her. And if she's brought up in interviews, he's I don't know anything about it. But obviously the news is not just relegated to this tragedy. Not long after that is reported, I see this. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump admin surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. I'm going to be real. Do I put this past Trump to say something as tasteless and tacky? No. Do I think that Trump wrote all of this? No. This does not sound like his voice. The only thing, except the May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. But I wouldn't be surprised if he made a sentiment. He said something like this out loud, and whatever aide was nearest him and also has access to the social media accounts wrote this for him, but doesn't really sound like him. Then, of course, it can't stop there. He also said this.
A number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. You know, it was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob.
Doubling down makes me think it was him. No, Trump's brain is cooked. Trump is actively having clearly some sort of mental degeneration. I wasn't even streaming. I was on my fucking Thanksgiving break when all of that was happening, but Trump getting an MRI, having to loudly say, I am fine, my health is in great condition. You don't get an MRI for diagnostic purposes. You get it when there's already something wrong with you and they need to see the extent to which something is wrong with you. So this man is literally falling apart at the seams, probably is suffering from dementia, and has, I would say that Joe Biden obviously looked fucking cooked, sounded cooked, but I never thought it was entirely a product of dementia or something like that. I know that there were rumors that he may have had Parkinson's syndrome, but it did seem like physical ailments, and the fact that Biden is fucking old. He's also a fossil, but Trump's brain is melting in the second term. It's so clear to me. Biden had speech issues too. Yeah, he also had a stutter and stuff like that, but the thing that was making him sound like a fucking geezer and really old, besides the fact that he was really old, is that his verbal agility had slowed significantly and he would lose his train of thought. But yeah, and I guess that can, speak to cognitive issues, but I see it so much more clearly with Trump, especially with how how angry he's being. Like the quiet piggy, him yelling at reporters, him losing his temper. Trump obviously was always kind of a hothead, is an egotistical maniac, and would make crude comments like that. But he seems to have the way that he lashes out at people, it seems to be to me, it's like, ever been around older people with dementia? You can recognize symptoms. Trump is not nearly as cooked as Biden was. Be unbiased, Aaron. This is me being unbiased. I promise you, he definitely is. Trump could never could construct and express a clear thought, even in his first term. Yeah, he literally has the speaking level of a fourth grader or something like that.
I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country. Yeah.
A number of Republicans have denounced.
I mean, I always assume anytime, the majority of people in Hollywood are libs or whatever, but I had no idea Rob Reiner was that active in politics to that extent. These are the same people who lost their minds when random leftists on social media made fun of their martyr. Yeah, of course. And then, what is it? Trump seizes on Rob Reiner's death to attack the Hollywood director. President Trump seized on the stabbing death of Rob Reiner and his wife to make a baseless attack on the Hollywood director less than a day after reports of his killing, suggesting that Mr. Reiner's criticism of Mr. Trump may have led to his murder. The attack on Mr. Reiner so soon after his death prompted a rare backlash against the president from some MAGA-aligned Republicans, some of whom urged the president to retract his comments. Mr. Trump wrote on Truth Social, we saw this, he died because of Trump derangement syndrome, said he wasn't a fan. Mr. Trump's attack brought immediate outrage, including from close allies who said the attack undercut Republicans' call for civility after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There's at least a few people that are still, shouldn't we try to at least maintain the appearance of being principled? Maybe just a crumb. Prominent conservatives called for public shaming, firings, and the threat of prosecution for those who spoke ill of Mr. Kirk. A man and his wife were murdered last night. This is not the appropriate response. Jenna Ellis, Mr. Trump's former lawyer, who is now a conservative radio host, wrote on social media on Monday. The right uniformly condemned political and celebratory responses to Charlie Kirk's death. This is a horrible example from Trump and surprising considering the 2 attempts on his own life. Why is anyone surprised? Why are you surprised? And should be condemned by everyone with any decency. Really? Okay, so they say some MAGA-aligned Republicans. Who do we go to first? Former lawyer, radio host, who I've never heard of. I'm sure people have heard of Jenna Ellis if you're more plugged into Trump's legal battles and shit. I'm not. I only follow the substance of it. I don't know the names of people, the cast of characters. And yeah, if this is where we're starting off as far as MAGA aligned Republicans, giving him swift backlash, give me a break. Give me a fucking break. Over the years, Mr. Trump has shown little empathy over the deaths of perceived rivals. What does this link to? Yeah, this rolled. As a nation mourns McCain, Trump is conspicuously absent. I mean, don't play me his highlight reels. He criticized Senator John McCain, Republican of Arizona, after his death and suggested a deceased Democratic lawmaker, John Dingell of Michigan, was looking up from hell. His attack on the Reiners came as many were still in shock over their violent deaths. Sage Steele, the former ESPN host and Trump ally, responded online, calling the president's post so disappointing. Okay, the backlash being a former ESPN host and Trump ally tweeted, "This is so disappointing." She added, "It's comments like this that take away from the countless great things @real Donald Trump does for America." Representative Thomas Massey, Republican of Kentucky, wrote on social media that, regardless of how you felt about Rob Reiner, this is inappropriate and disrespectful discourse about a man who was just brutally murdered. I mean, Thomas Massey is MAGA aligned, I suppose, but he's not captured by all money. And he's already made an enemy of Trump in significant ways. He added, "I guess my elected GOP colleagues, the VP, and White House staff will just ignore it because they're afraid. I challenge anyone to defend it." Some other Republican lawmakers also condemned Mr. Trump's post. This statement is wrong. Representative Mike Lawler, Republican of New York, wrote on social media of Mr. Trump's post. So New York rep, cool. Regardless of one's political views, no one should be subjected to violence, let alone at the hands of their own son. It's a horrible tragedy that should engender sympathy and compassion from everyone in our country, period. This is so funny that, like, these are the names that they have for who's willing to call Trump out for this shit. Meanwhile, if, like, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, President Obama didn't say, like, harsh enough words, when Charlie Kirk was killed, what do you want to bet that there would have been Dems saying that it should be condemned stronger by the party, saying it's not enough? Meanwhile, over here, they're just like nobody says a fucking peep. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican of Georgia, said, like, it's all people that are, like, formerly associated. They're not actively in power. People that are already somewhat adversarial, like Thomas Massie, or they're, like, again, literally not in power anymore. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene said that this was no time to attack one's political rivals. This is a family tragedy, not about politics or political enemies, she wrote on social media. The Reiner's son, Nick Reiner, was arrested on Sunday night and held in jail in LA County on $4 million bail, according to county jail records. That's weird because the previous one said that he didn't have a bail. Nick Reiner has spoken over the years about his struggles with drug abuse and bouts of homelessness beginning in his teenage years. Mr. Trump knows no shame, Senator Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York, and the minority leader wrote in response to the president's post. Lawler is the exception. Yeah, but he's not... I mean, he's a representative, but he doesn't have, like... he's not a senator. Like, these are just 2 congressional reps. Like, literally no Republican senators? I'm not surprised, but, like, that I was expecting at least one. Okay. So we saw this. We saw this. Kind of want to see this. This is a Piers Morgan Uncensored interview that he did. Ludicrous. Rob Reiner says Kamala Harris lied about him in book. And I kind of want to see this mostly so I can get the context, because I know that there's, like, clips from this circulating around. And I want to see if it's being misrepresented by, like, MAGA people. So let's see.
2 + 2 is 4, and the other person says 2 + 2 is Thursday. There's no real way to have a discussion. You can't talk to people who don't acknowledge certain reality.
Calling him Hitler or calling his supporters Nazis, I think, crosses every acceptable line, because he hasn't murdered 12 million people.
No. You're crossing the line here. Donald Trump trying to find ways. That's what authoritarians do.
Rob Reiner has screamed at him, we're going to lose our fucking democracy, and it's your fault. First of all, did you say that?
Are you allowed to use the F word?
Yes.
Oh, that's right, uncensored. I said something like, it's all over. We're fucked. We're going to lose. But I never, ever said to Doug Emhoff, it's your fault. That's ludicrous. How could it possibly be Doug Emhoff's fault?
Rob Reiner is indisputably a Hollywood legend. His string of
Because it's not Kamala Harris's fault. It's everybody else's.
smash hits in the 80s and 90s may have been the first and best example of what's now referred to as a generational run. He's written a new book on the iconic Spinal Tap called A Fine Line Between Clever and Stupid. Ironically, that's how many commentators feel when they're interpreting the words of President Trump, a man for whom Reiner famously has, well, very limited tolerance. And Rob Reiner joins me now. Rob, great to see you again. I don't think I've interviewed you, probably for about 14 years.
He was so good in Wolf of Wall Street, yeah, as Mad Max. As he was saying, he doesn't have, like, he has a temper. That's, like, the exact scene that came to mind when he said that.
Years when I was at CNN.
Is that how long it's been?
I think so, yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to see you.
It's nice to see you.
As always, you're making a lot of news. I watched with great interest your chat with Bill Maher on his podcast last week, which was really enjoyable, really interesting. But there was a moment in that...
Has everyone gone on Club Random? What the fuck?
Which I'll come to in a moment, relating to how the left and right can somehow bring it upon themselves to come together to deal with the obvious toxicity in public discourse in America. But first, I just want to ask you, when you first heard about the murder of Charlie Kirk, what was your immediate gut reaction to it?
Well, horror, absolute horror. And I unfortunately saw the video of it, and it's beyond belief what happened to him, and that should never happen to anybody. I don't care.
Just contrast this man's reaction to the death of Charlie Kirk, a terrible human being, against Donald Trump's reaction to him.
what your political beliefs are. That's not acceptable.
Him being killed, I mean.
That's not a solution to solving problems. And I felt like what his wife said at the service, that the memorial they had, was exactly right. And totally, I believe, I'm Jewish, but I believe in the teachings of Jesus, and I believe in doing to others, and I believe in forgiveness. And what she said to me was beautiful, and absolutely, she forgave his assassin, and I think that is admirable.
So that leads me to the Bill Maher thing.
Rob Reiner was a better person than I am. Literally, my go live notification was calling Erika Kirk Bride of Chucky, like comparing her to her. And meanwhile, he's like, what a beautiful sentiment from this woman who's grieving.
Because one of the more interesting exchanges you had was, obviously everyone knows that Bill went to have dinner with Donald Trump at the White House. And I was on his show the week after when he first talked about it. And it was really interesting, the reaction. He got pasted by many people on the left, and he got lauded by people on the right that he often vehemently disagrees with. But he felt, and he said this to you, that it was certainly something he was glad he did, doesn't regret doing it. And that actually, you have to do this, that everyone can refuse to have anything to do with the other side and hate each other. And that leads really to nothing. It just leads to endless division. You push.
No, he's not. It's performative. He watches CNN and repeats it. I'm going to tell you guys something. Most people, like, when they initially saw that clip of Erika Kirk saying, "I forgive you," because of how most people passively consume news, including probably a lot of these celebrities, do not think that just because they're highly involved with, like, certain causes or whatever, that they're like the most up to date, or like they're scrolling Twitter, especially a man of this generation. Most people, like, they see that and they like don't question it. They think it's not like a nice sentiment. Like, what a nice lady. What a, like, wow, how magnanimous of Erika Kirk. They see that and they take her at her word and they believe it.
Back at that.
And if you try to like introduce doubt, to that and say, like, I don't know, she seems kind of performative, the type people like this, these like CNN libs, are like the first person to like push back at it. Just most normies, like, dumb or not or whatever, I think most people just kind of see the good in other people, which is not a bad thing. But we here are extremely cynical, to say the least. So obviously, I think that what Erika Kirk said and has been saying and did was like entirely performative. But I'm not surprised that like most people just take her at her word.
You said that you didn't have to do that.
No. What I said to him, if you listen to the whole thing, what I said is, I'm happy to talk to people I don't agree with. I do it all the time. I mean, I'm open completely to doing that. But what I said to him is, when you're having a discussion, and I just watched the discussion you had with the ambassador, which I thought was really interesting. I mean, and I admire your ability to, in a way, it wouldn't be mine if you were one of the people helping to solve that situation there, because you had some very good points about releasing the hostages. But what I say is, I'm happy to talk to anybody who I disagree with. And I've been on Tucker Carlson's show. I've been on Laura Ingraham. I will do that. But when I have a discussion with somebody I disagree with, we both have to at least start with 2 + 2 is 4. If we both agree on that, then let the discussion start. But if I say 2 + 2 is 4, and the other person says 2 + 2 is Thursday, or whatever, or 2 + 2 is 5, whatever, there's no real way to have a discussion. You can't talk to people who don't acknowledge certain realities.
Right, but that was the point.
Like, this guy just comes off to me like he was an average like resistance lib. Which they can be annoying at times, but I would much prefer the resistance libs to a MAGA supporter. My dad identifies as a Dem and is incredibly anti-Trump, but if you examine every one of his opinions, he aligns basically 100% with Republicans. The reason I'm so skeptical of Rob Reiner is because he's triggering my narcissism detector. Anytime a Hollywood celebrity is on the screen, your narcissism detector should probably be triggered, regardless of whether or not they're reminding you of your father, but that makes sense.
That was really what I was getting at. And what was interesting, Bill pushed back.
This is him on his best behavior. You guys, what lore on Rob Reiner did I miss? Like, what am I missing? Was this guy, like, did he say, like, really, did he justify the genocide? Did he do something incredibly cringe or bizarre or narcissistic that I, like, missed? Yeah, I don't think that dying should make a saint out of people, even if they were killed in tragic circumstances. So, let me know if you've got the posthumous tea on Rob Reiner. I will look into it.
Because he said, actually, that's exactly when you need to engage with people, because you don't know where they've got their information. They may have seen it on social media. They may have, seen a TikTok, whatever it may be. People get led down rabbit holes. They get to see a certain version of an interpretation of facts that may not be yours.
No, you're right.
But
You're
actually,
right.
so I was going to ask you just a question. Just now you've had time to think about that chat with Bill, whether he gave you cause to just perhaps rethink that, because I found myself siding with Bill there. And I've got a lot of respect for both of you, but I felt like I sit down with people who I believe their interpretation of facts is completely skewed. I do it all the time. But I do think it's important to try and have a rational conversation with them about it.
Yeah, no, but you just said something interesting. Their interpretation of fact.
Right.
Fact is fact. I mean, there's no such thing as alternative facts.
Well, let me give an example of what I mean. So I was
Let me give an example of an alternative fact. Don't you just love objective journalism from Piers Morgan? Always here to, steel man his enemies, or, like MAGA Republicans, which Piers Morgan obviously is an enemy of.
Go ahead.
I was on a political show called Question Time, BBC's big political panel show in the UK last week, and Bonnie Greer was on it, who's a very long, experienced left-wing commentator.
If I hear the name Bonnie, I'm like expecting to hear Bonnie Blue at this point. My mind is so cooked.
And she has repeatedly called Donald Trump in the last few weeks Adolf Hitler and his supporters Nazis. Now, I would still sit down with her.
Cool.
And I would have a conversation with her, and I would try and debate with her. I did it in public on that panel. And yet there's no way anybody in the world will ever persuade me that what she is saying about Trump, with those categorizations, is factual. So by your yardstick, I shouldn't sit down with Bonnie Greer.
Yeah, maybe she was quoting J.D. Vance.
Or try and have an argument with her.
No, you should. Because
Who's Bonnie Blue? How do I answer this question in a way that's in line with TOS? Bonnie Blue is a woman who likes to do things in large quantities. I've heard her described as like the Costco of adult entertainment. So do with that what you will.
Because here's the thing. That's not fact.
Right.
She may think it's a fact.
But she thinks it is the point, right? So my thing about interpretation. So my thing about the interpretation aspect is that.
No, I hear what you're saying, Piers, and I understand that. And I think you should be able to engage in that and try to convince people that what you think is fact is in fact not fact.
Right. And I think that's
you can have that conversation, and you should.
And that's the point I think Bill Maher was making to you, which I thought was really interesting, because I believe that. Listen, I get people on this show all the time who vehemently disagree.
Is she the 100 Men star? Keep going.
With each other. But I think there is a valuable public service in having all the arguments aired, all the sometimes outrageous and completely obviously wrong interpretations of facts, but having people challenge them in real time, and the viewer hopefully reaching a place.
Why does he keep saying this? Like somebody said, he should be saying their understandings of facts, not their interpretation.
Where they can see reality unfurl before their eyes.
Or like the inferences that you can draw from a set of facts, which obviously are going to vary.
Rather than what has become, I think, fueled by social media, so much toxic tribalism, where people disappear into their tribe. They exist in kind of these weird echo chambers where they only follow
1,000 men, no way. Yes, literally. And she just got arrested the other day because she was in like Singapore, Bali, I don't know, somewhere where what she was doing is completely illegal, and they like dragged her out of a fucking hotel room to make an example of her, which even though my understanding is that she has horrible politics, I can't help but feel bad. But if you're going somewhere like that, you're not held to the laws of the country that you reside in or that you were born in. You're held to the laws of the country that you're in. But yeah, 1,000, like, could you even imagine like hugging 1,000 people in a day, let alone doing more than that? Even just the hug sounds fucking exhausting.
Follow people who agree with them, and they start to become very self-righteous about their worldview. And I think that is a path to real danger.
No, it's not only a path to danger, but it's where we are.
Right.
I mean, unfortunately, it is where we are right now. And it is unfortunate. And we should be able to have that discourse with somebody who you totally disagree with. And what you're trying to do, hopefully, is either have them come around to your beliefs, or find some place in the middle, like you were doing with the ambassador just now, to find a place where you can come to an agreement. And there are places where we all can agree, you know, and I think those are the things that we have to build off of. For instance, you know, recently we saw the thing with Jimmy Kimmel, where he was taken off the air, and then, you know, shortly after he was put back on the air. And that was about First Amendment right, freedom of speech. And, you know, in our Constitution, the federal government is not allowed to meddle in freedom of speech. It's why you're allowed to be on the air to talk about what you want. And we're talking now, and I can say what I want. And we can all agree on that.
There's like an urge from me to be like, he's not talking, like, he's not sounding the alarm bells hard enough for things like this. But I do wonder how effective this strategy of literally talking to MAGA and people, not like they're 5-year-olds, but in a very calm, very measured, very straightforward way, is effective at like persuading people. He's a resistance lib at the end of the day, and a Hollywood liberal, so something tells me, even if it's an effective rhetorical strategy, I don't know that he could be the one to do it. But
we can all agree that we, especially American in American democracy, according to the Constitution, we all have a right to freedom of speech, and we can all agree on that. So from there, let's say, and we also know that, you know, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, because that's not free speech. That's violent speech, you know, that causes...
It triggers me that people cite that as like a statute when this is not how we determine like what speech is protected and or not. And it's the like the precedent that they're citing when they say this is like was not even like a good one.
Violence and death and all that. So we can all agree on that. And there are other things in the Constitution that we can all agree on. But the first thing we have to agree on is that we have this Constitution that says these things. Now, you want to change them, you can change it. There's provision in
the fire in a crowded theater thing was overturned,
in our law that allows you to change it. But you can't just say, I'm not paying attention to that part of the Constitution. I don't like that part, so I'm going to act as if it's not there. And that's one of the problems that we're having right now. We're having an administration that is basically thumbing their nose. And even Donald Trump said, I don't know if I agree with the Constitution. That's fine. You don't have to agree with it. You're allowed to amend it. The founding fathers were smart enough to know that they weren't completely right about everything and that they could be wrong about things. And we've seen the Constitution amended many, many, many times.
I agree with you. Look, I agree with you wholeheartedly about free speech and how important it is to be and to be aggressively protected. But
what about these people, these leftists online that, you know, express their disdain at XYZ right-wing figure? Don't you think that that's sort of its own totalitarianism? That's like what I expect from Piers Morgan to say next, but
for me,
let's see if he surprises me.
I watched Joe Rogan last night, and he said some interesting things about Kimmel, which I think are correct, which is, and all these things can be true at the same time, but he said, you know, Jimmy Kimmel, when Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox, for example, or Roseanne Barr got fired by his own network, different circumstances, but they got fired. Jimmy Kimmel, you know, gleefully trampled on their career graves on his show in a way that made it very clear that he has a personal political bias, which is then proven by I'm going to show you a graph here.
I think you're right about that.
Let me just show you the graph. So the graph I'm showing here, Rob, this shows you how few conservatives ever appear on late night shows anymore, right?
A skill issue.
I mean, literally.
Piers, what are we supposed to do with this, Piers? What are we supposed to do with this? Do we need DEI for conservatives in late night?
It's like a tiny handful, including on Kimmel. And I remember, there's a brilliant documentary, I'm sure you've seen it, the one about the late night sort of history. And you go back to Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson never let anyone know what his politics were. He had everybody on from all the parties. He didn't care. He just wanted to make people laugh. And then slowly, and I think Donald Trump has accelerated this phenomenon, but it seems to me now that the late night guys, they see it as a part of their remit to be political activists, both in the choice of guests.
Obviously, I wasn't like, I'm not well versed on, nor was I alive at the time, like at the period of late night that he's talking about. But that host is always the go-to to say they never injected politics, even though a lot of political discussion went on late nights, because I've seen it, whether it be they're like talking about like the Dick Cavett show frequently had like political roundtables and discussions. There's like tons of videos of Fran Lebowitz going on different talk shows and talking about current events. Like this is not even if that were true, it would just be a norm. It wouldn't be like a rule or anything. So obviously, if every single late night host is liberal, is overtly political, doesn't that tell you that there's a demand for that sort of content, that people no longer want to see agnosticism with respect to the entertainment that the late night entertainment that they consume? And is that such a bad thing?
And the way they talk about Trump and the other things. And I don't think that's healthy.
Late night was never for conservatives. Talk radio was where conservatives went. Yeah, talk radio, and he's completely ignoring that, like, Sinclair dominates local news, and how, like Fox News and all of these different, like Sky News, all of these different subsidiaries of Fox News and other like Murdoch ventures. He makes it sound like there's not parity when it comes to, you know, conservative voices and conservative media versus liberal voices and liberal media, but it couldn't be further from the truth.
What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, it's their platform. They can say whatever they want to say, you know.
They're allowed to do it, but do you think it's right?
I mean, do I think it's right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right to have the freedom to say whatever you want. I mean, Johnny Carson, you're right. Johnny Carson was not political. He never went into the political. But, you know, you cited all those late night shows. You know, John Oliver has a certain point of view. Jon Stewart has a certain point of view. The people that hire them and put them on.
They just bought CBS, for fuck's sake. They bought CBS and then installed a completely untalented, completely underqualified fail son like Barry Weiss to head CBS, a woman who literally has like no experience in investigative journalism. I looked it up to see if she had anything, and she received an award along with a few other people for work that the Free Press did with reporting with respect to, does anybody know what it is? Twitter files. That's the investigative work that she received an award for. Other than that, it's all been opinion. That's what she's been in charge of. And now she runs a massive media conglomerate.
Allow them to do that. When you talk about, you know, talk radio, when it first came to be, most of the talk radio shows lean to the right. And so whoever put those shows on decided those are the shows they wanted on. It's okay as long as the people who are hiring are saying, we're okay with this. What's not okay is when the federal government tells you what you can and can't.
I agree, yeah. but I would feel the same way, by the way, what I'm about to say, the other way round. In other words, you know, you mentioned John Oliver, he skews to the left. Jon Stewart skews to the left. Jimmy Kimmel skews to the left. Unashamedly, they're very open about it. Stephen Colbert skews to the left. Seth Meyers skews to the left.
They're liberals, but sure, left.
The common theme is they all skew to the left. I mean, there's an interesting moment recently where Greg Gutfeld from Fox News appeared on Jimmy Fallon. And it was such a refreshing thing to watch these two guys who completely probably disagree about most political issues, but they had a very nice convivial conversation. The ratings were through the roof because the other common thread of the late night thing is all their ratings have been tanking. And I don't think the two things are necessarily, you know, independent, because I think if you only appeal with a show like that to one section of America and you eliminate everybody who voted Republican automatically, I don't think that is a sensible strategy, never mind anything else. And my view is borne out by ratings.
Maybe they should put you in charge of all of these different corporate conglomerates who beg to differ based off the ratings and all the money that these fucking shows pull in.
In terms of economics is what you're saying.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You know, it's a little bit
like I wish he would have pushed him on this more, because it's like, do you really think it's rational to say that you know better, for one, than all of these different corporate companies? Okay. For two, why are you assuming that liberals, pandering to one specific audience doesn't end up netting you more money than if you try to pander to more people? That doesn't, like, you can have a smaller audience, and that smaller audience is willing to open their wallet more or tunes in better or is more devoted than if you had a more general audience. Like, there's so many different, like, snuck assumptions into that it doesn't make any sense. Why are these shows, like, you're assuming that, again, they are, like, these corporations whose only bottom line is profit are losing money to platform people like Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, like, left-leaning, you know, just, like, Dem-aligned hosts for ideological reasons. And now Colbert's not even, like, his show got canceled. Kimmel's been renewed for like 1 year. Wasn't there another one that just got canceled recently?
Different with John Oliver and Jon Stewart, but with, you know, Jimmy Fallon or Stephen Colbert, they're not, I don't know how to say this. They're not, if they would have on somebody who disagrees with them on the right, the show is supposed to be not about fighting or, arguing points. It's about entertainment. So the question is,
it's not even about that. It's about promotion. It's about bringing on celebrities, trying to generate viral clips and making them play games so they can promote their shit. That's pretty much the symbiotic relationship. And what discourse, in the most vulgar sense of the word, goes on those late night shows at this point. That's it.
What entertainers?
Like, if they were having political discussions and they were excluding Republicans, I could understand Piers's grievance a little bit more, but ultimately that's not what's even going on in it. Like, either betrays it shows that he doesn't watch these shows. I mean, same. I don't watch these shows either. I don't find them entertaining or very funny, but that's just not what happens there. It's just like making, to the extent that they have like political guests on, they're like making them crump. They're not making them like talk really about politics. They're like asking them like about their favorite movies and shit. Or
people that are of the right, could they have on? I mean, you look at Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, he's kind of, he skews right, but he's kind of in the middle.
Yeah,
a lot of times he'll go to the left, other times he'll go to the right. But he's also positioned his show as
he is like totally understating how far right Joe Rogan is at this point.
Issue-oriented show. These shows are not really issue-oriented. Your show is.
Come on, Piers is obviously a conservative shill. The dude acts like he's neutral, but he's not at all. He's not even that. What Piers Morgan is a shameless grifter, an opportunist, and somebody who only cares about clicks first and foremost. So he will take whatever position he needs to take at any moment. So if that means he needs to shill for conservatives, he will do it. If that means he needs to be outspoken about the genocide, he will do it. If the next week he needs to call it a war and complain about Greta Thunberg, he will do it. I mean, he has like literally no beliefs. But the thing is that if you don't take positions, especially in times like this, you will always end up aiding the right, and you will always end up skewing further right than further left.
Certain shows on Fox News and certain shows, on MSNBC and CNN, these are issue-oriented shows. Those are the hosts that need to engage in the back and forth and difference of ideas, not entertainment shows.
What was interesting about the Jimmy Fallon, Greg Gutfeld one was they didn't really talk about politics. They actually talked about a time they were in a bar together and all that kind of thing. That's what made it very watchable and entertaining, which is, I totally agree with you, should be the criteria.
Fine. That's good. I mean, that's good. And if it's fun and they're having laughs, and then what you're saying is the people may not even know where Gutfeld stands.
Right.
Because they're in their little silos.
Yes.
They're not watching Fox News.
Yes, exactly.
There's a guy that just comes on and then he says hello and then whatever the byplay is, it is. But what you're talking about is, you don't want to have those shows become issue-oriented shows.
No, I agree.
They're entertainment shows.
Yeah, my issue with
two dudes talking about bars entertaining. I mean, Piers only has one anecdote and he's like, look, this was good TV. Piers, think if the one example that's coming to mind of Greg Gutfeld coming on late night, like, didn't end up talking about politics or was fine and congenial and conversational between the host and himself, doesn't that tell you that most of the episodes are probably structured that way? Jimmy Fallon wouldn't even take a position on Jimmy Kimmel getting kicked off the air. He pretended like he didn't know what was going on. That's how much of a fucking coward he is. And that's how much he only cares about money.
And I say this as somebody who's always, identified as a liberal.
And then when Jimmy Kimmel got brought back on the air, I thought he was joking. He literally started crying, talking about Charlie Kirk being killed.
My issue with them is I think they've just become too partisan. And it's become too obvious. And one of the reasons I think the Kimmel thing with Charlie Kirk blew up so big was because it seemed to confirm to everybody on the conservative right in America that was the bias. And there it was laid bare. Now, I don't want to get into the...
What?
thing with Charlie Kirk blew up so big was because it seemed to confirm to everybody on the conservative right in America that was the bias. And there it was laid bare. Now, I don't want to get...
The thing that was exposed by the murder of Charlie Kirk is that there's a liberal bias in late night TV shows. What? Does Piers hear himself?
Into the subtleties.
Did I miss something?
What Jimmy actually meant, whatever. He's accepted that people interpreted it a different way. But we were talking earlier, you mentioned your Jewish upbringing, and we were talking earlier about Bonnie Greer and the use of Hitler and Nazi about Trump and so on. Interestingly, while we've been talking, you've got Senator Ted Cruz has come out and said that people should stop using the Nazi rhetoric. And I feel very strongly.
Wow, Ted Cruz said a thing? I definitely need to pay attention to that. I really care what Ted Cruz has to say
About this. I think that you can.
Ted Cruz, a man who said, if he said the sky is blue, I would start denying it. That's how much I care about and trust what fucking Ted Cruz has to say.
Absolutely go after Donald Trump in an aggressive way and hold him to account for a number of
We need Kyle Kalinske on late night, dude. That would be something. I need the Kyle Kalinske, Nancy Mace roundtable on like Bill Maher or something.
things. I agree with some of the things he does. I disagree vehemently with other things he does. But calling him Hitler or calling his supporters Nazis, I think crosses every acceptable line because he hasn't murdered 12 million people and he hasn't waged a Holocaust against Jewish people. When Ted Cruz says, but do you agree with that, Rob?
It doesn't. Well, not only that, but it doesn't get you where you want to be.
Trying to paint Trump as a villain again. I'm not painting him any which way. He does that all by himself.
Right.
Which is, if you're opposing Donald Trump, which I do, and I don't really know very many things that I agree with him on, except for the fact that I did agree with him on the warp speed on the vaccine for COVID, which now he's kind of, I didn't say that. I don't know what COVID, you know what I mean? He's like distancing himself from that. I don't agree with that, but I also feel that if you go name calling like that, it's not going to get you what you want. You have to rally people around the things that you agree with that are in disagreement with Donald Trump. And to me, the one area that, again, we both agree on is the freedom of speech and in the Constitution, First Amendment. And when you have your head of your FCC doing that, see, that's his appointment. That's Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you. I think he's totally wrong.
So that's something that we can all rally around, Republicans and Democrats, to say, no, you're crossing the line here. And I think you're going to...
We could all rally around, but Republicans basically said nothing about that. Funnily enough, Ted Cruz is actually one of the people who gave like the most bare minimum modest criticism, but I'll take that over him not saying anything or any Republican not saying anything. But these two hands more than suffice to name the Republicans that criticized Donald Trump for that in any meaningful way.
See a bit of that. And I think what we're seeing is Donald Trump trying to find ways to take these federal agencies, whether it's the Justice Department and going after his political enemies. That's an authoritarian type thing. That's what authoritarians do. They use their levers of power to go after.
They do, but let me throw something. You mentioned COVID. Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Nat.
Oh my God. Thank you, Piers.
Built for real life. Interestingly, yesterday, there was a huge Kimmel story, everyone talking about it, many millions of liberals ecstatic he was brought back and the victory for free speech and all this kind of thing. Terrible Trump for trying to get involved in curtailing his free speech. And yet, interestingly, yesterday, a massive story dropped, in my view, far more significant in many ways, that Google stroke YouTube had been bullied by the Biden administration into severe censorship of many, many people for expressing honestly held views about COVID, and that they were admitting this and they were going to correct it and they were going to have new standards and practices going forward to prevent this happening again. That to me is, people talk about an administration censoring free speech. There you have the Biden administration literally bullying a tech company into suppressing.
We're gonna draw an equivalency between that and the FCC trying to take Kimmel off the air. Give me a fucking break.
Many Americans' free speech, and yet the people screaming loudest about Jimmy Kimmel don't seem to be too bothered by it.
What a reach! That's insane.
That to me says there is a double standard, and it works both ways. But there is a double standard there because everyone who's annoyed about Jimmy Kimmel being suppressed should be really annoyed about what the Biden administration told Google to do.
Yeah. Donald Trump, did this thing that's basically unprecedented in the post-World War II era. But let's talk about Joe Biden and COVID policies. What?
Well, first of all, you're telling me something that I have no knowledge of, so I can't really argue.
Trying to prevent deaths is the same as Kimmel making fun of Trump. Correct, according to Piers Morgan. What
the Biden administration did or didn't do with regards to that, I would have to, make myself more familiar with that. But and because I don't know about that, who
do you like more, Crystal Ball or Emma Vigeland? I think I align a little bit more with Crystal Ball.
if Biden did exactly what Trump has done and ordering or having the FCC step on freedom of speech.
Or I shouldn't say align. I meant to say like Crystal Ball a little bit more. I think she's a stronger debater, but I think I align more ideologically with Emma.
I think you'd see outrage. I don't know that.
Yeah, but that's interesting.
And the point is, this is the whataboutism thing. We are where we are now, and we know what we know now. So
no, but I think it's really interesting that you don't know about this because it hasn't been given the same media coverage as the Jimmy Kimmel story. But I bet when you
Piers, why do you think that is? It's almost like they're not the same thing whatsoever.
Go away and read about it. Now I've told you about it. You will, I think, given what your views about free speech and about political interference, you will conclude, as I have done, I think dispassionately, I don't come at these things from a partisan point of view at all, but I think that it was pretty egregious.
The biggest lie on the show so far. I don't come at this from a partisan perspective at all.
Let me ask you, because I will look into it after we get off, but can you tell me that, briefly, can you tell me that the Biden administration had a federal agency go in and browbeat YouTube or whatever?
The report is extensive, but what is crystal clear is that the Biden administration bullied Google into
in what way? How did they do it?
I'll tell you, into suppressing accounts who were talking about COVID in a way the Biden administration did not agree with. In other words, they were basically suppressing free speech about
I understand the point you're making, but what levers did they push to make that happen? Did they use a federal agency to make that happen, or did they just suggest?
Can Piers answer this? Can Piers actually substantiate his ridiculously fucking stupid claim?
I'm just asking because I don't know.
I would say to you, I don't know the exact way that it was done, but there's an extent.
Convenient. Even though you're the one that brought it up, you're the one that's saying that's basically equivalent to the Trump admin's First Amendment attacks. Suddenly, don't know anything about this. Even though not enough people are talking about this, more Americans in this moment need to be criticizing Joe Biden and reading up on the tyrannical COVID policies that his admin led, even though the majority of COVID happened under Donald Trump. Piers.
Read the top line findings.
I'll check it out.
It's definitely well worth looking at.
I will look at it, but what I do know is that the federal, the head of the FCC did make these statements. That we know. We saw it on Twitter or whatever, and we saw him make these statements. So we know that happened. Everybody knows that happened, and because we know that happened, we can address it. You're telling me something that I don't know what federal agency the Biden administration used to try to suppress speech.
Let's turn to another thing that's got you in the news, which
moving on, I guess.
Is Kamala Harris's book, in which she talks about you guys being at a fundraiser in Los Angeles, watching the now infamous Trump-Biden debate, which obviously led to him then stepping down. And the book says Doug, her husband, at a watch party with Hollywood donors, was getting an earful. Rob Reiner has screamed at him, "We're going to lose our fucking democracy, and it's your fault." First of all, did you say that?
Oh, I'll tell you exactly what I said, because it's also in Jake Tapper's book.
Yes.
Said the same thing. Jake called me and asked me what I said. I didn't. Are you allowed to use the F word?
Yes. We're uncensored.
Okay, good. Oh, that's right. Uncensored. Behind you every second saying that.
We're not actually on TV, Rob. That's what that means. We're a web show.
No, this is exactly what I said. First of all, when I saw Biden give that answer, it was that really disjointed answer. I can't remember what the question was. I said, we're fucked. We are fucked. And I went really on a rant, and I said something like, it's all over. We're fucked. We're going to lose. I don't know if I said we'll lose a democracy, but I said we're going to lose and we're fucked. But I never, ever said to Doug Emhoff, it's your fault. That's ludicrous.
Really?
Now, no, because listen, Jake Tapper said the same thing, that I said that. How could it possibly be Doug Emhoff's fault? I'm not that unsophisticated to know how people get, decide to run or not decide to run. I was screaming at the whole world there, and Andy Bashir was at this thing.
I need to finish reading this book. I did start it. I downloaded it, but I never finished reading it.
J.B. Pritzker was there.
But But like so much of it is reliant upon like anonymous sources and people that didn't want to go on the record. And to the extent that people did go on the record, a lot of these people are complaining about the way they were represented in the book.
Who else? Jane Fonda. Oh, Jane Fonda. But no.
Oh, wait. No. I'm not talking. To be clear, I'm not talking about 107 Days. I'm talking about Jake Tapper's book.
There was
the original Sin book, because he said Jake Tapper also like repeated this. So I assume it's somewhere in Jake Tapper's book as well, or like a similar claim, maybe.
Again, I'm blanking on the name for a second. She was there. We were all there, and I was screaming at the world. I never and Doug was definitely there. He was hearing all of that. I didn't say to him,
I finished it, slog of a read. Kamala Harris's book, I can only imagine.
Your fault. It makes no sense. Why would I say it's his fault? It's not his fault. How could it be his fault?
So
I'm fairly politically sophisticated.
Right.
I would know that it's not Doug Emhoff's fault that Joe Biden is, making a mess out of a debate.
Why would Kamala Harris put this in her book?
I don't know. And why would Jake Tapper put it in his book?
Well, a reporter.
I talked to Jake 3 different occasions, and I said, it makes no sense. Why would I tell Doug Emhoff it's all your fault? How could it be Doug Emhoff's fault?
Well, I presume that the implication was him and his wife's fault, in the sense that they must have known that Biden was incompetent.
Well, she might have known, but I'm not going to blame Doug Emhoff for that. If anything, if I did say it's all your fault, I would have said it to Kamala. She wasn't there. I wouldn't say it was his fault. How could it be his fault? It makes no sense.
Do you think it was Kamala's fault?
I think there were a lot of people who enabled Joe Biden, and I don't know whether it was Kamala, his wife.
Yes or no, Rob?
Advisors. I had conversations with many of his advisors, and everybody assured me that he was fine. And listen, he did a lot of great things when he was president, and I applaud the infrastructure bill, Build Back Better, and all of those things. I applaud what he did, but I didn't know how, compromised he might have been or how weak he might have been. I had no idea about that. And I don't know who did know and who didn't know. I really don't.
I mean, the repercussions of the Democrats not taking action about Joe Biden a lot earlier, and you could argue not having a kind of more open convention and seeing who emerged strongest, were devastating for the party. Their polling has never been lower. Donald Trump got reelected.
I hate when I have to agree with Piers.
Their big nemesis, and is now doing pretty much everything he said he was going to do. People can't say they weren't warned. So it's been a pretty calamitous period for the Democrats. Rob, you've been a Democrat. Do you identify as a Democrat still?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So what is the way out for the Democrats now? What's the future? Do you look at somebody like Mamdani in New York and think that they got to go?
This is the last answer that I want to hear from him, and then I'm going to get PBD's reaction to this shit.
That way? Do you look at AOC and see that? Do you look at Gavin Newsom? I mean, who is the person? Because it seems to me what the party desperately needs, I think, is somebody like a Bill Clinton to emerge, or an Obama figure, somebody a little bit, left of center, but who's very generally electable. But I'm not sure I see anybody there.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think somebody who's on the hard left is going to be able to, have the country coalesce around them.
Are we talking about AOC or Mamdani?
I agree with that. And we don't know who's going to emerge.
What qualifies for hard left in this country, if he's talking about Mamdani? Universal child care? City-run grocery store experiment, free buses to increase the speed of the buses going from place to place. This is communism as far as American political standards go.
At the time when Clinton emerged, the country didn't know very much about him. I mean, he came out of a southern state, and it was the New Democrats, the third way, and all of that. And we don't know what's going to emerge. Right now, we have something much more immediate, which is, do we preserve the democracy? Are we going to?
Also, third way was nothing new. Believe me, third way was like old politics repackaged.
Be able to have.
Third way was the Democrats being like, we need to pivot to the center and embrace neoliberal right-wing economics so we can try to win more elections.
Fair elections in 2026 and 2028. That we don't know. We have to first thing we have to do is unite the country behind the Constitution and the rule of law. Those are the things we have to do, and then we can argue about policies and whether or not you believe that climate change is a hoax or not. I mean,
Constitution, rule of law, snooze fest, boring. You want to talk about a failed fucking strategy? How'd that work out for the last fucking election? What do you think their pitch was? It was exactly what he just fucking outlined. Doesn't fucking work. People don't care. Like, let me clarify. Let me be specific. I think people do care about these things, but that is absolutely not the way you can go about talking about, like, caring about the Constitution and the rule of law. The Democrats are never going to be able to pick up the mantle of being, like, the law and order party, and they should not even try. So wait, did you read 107 Days? I thought you did. No, I read parts of Original Sin. I haven't read 107 Days. Apparently there's an audiobook. If I could 2x that shit, you know, I probably would. I will listen to it. If I have to guess, it's probably the equivalent, like, mentally, of listening to, like, a Marriott ad on repeat for, you know, however many hours it takes for me to complete that. It's probably going to be as intellectually stimulating as something like that. But I will do it so I can see what the fuck she even wrote in that book. Let's see. And then he had, like, a fucking panel on this. Let's see a little bit of this panel. Disgusting. Trump scolds Rob Reiner plus Bondi beach chair with Tony Abbott.
That just crosses every line of just basic human decency to me. Yeah, Rob Reiner was murdered last night. Whatever side of the divide you're on, this is just unacceptable.
Oh, look, it's at the... Oh my God, why are they including footage of this shit? This woman's on her take.
Jews. But the Israelis say, no, we're allowed to kill 20,000 kids. And no one should be able to condemn that. But
dude, the
every Muslim on planet Earth,
the old co-host, and actually host of Her Take, Jillian, our girl Jillian, and the new co-host, smell the tension.
1,000 kids. And no one should be able to condemn that. But every Muslim on planet Earth have to condemn these lunatics as if these lunatics represent us.
Jack, I think it's very immoral that you couldn't just take one conversation about a shooting in Australia without comparing it to a war in Gaza.
90% of Muslims are peaceful and lovely and amazing, but if 10% wants to bring down the West, you're looking at a heck of a lot of people.
Jillian.
Just keep in mind, Jillian Michaels says she quit over Her Take because of anti-Semitism. Well, actually, that's what she amended it to. What she actually said is, I'm not here for the Israel bashing, even though it was her fucking show. She, like, get out of control. She literally went on to other podcasts stating that she had complete and total control over Her Take. She set the agenda. It was her responsibility that PBD tasked her with for whatever fucking reason. Her issue with it, too much Israel bashing, even though she literally controlled the agenda. So this woman who's going to hand-wring about, you know, anti-Zionism, anti-Israel sentiments, and then say, oh, it's anti-Semitism that I care about. Listen to what she just said about Muslims and just swap Muslims for Jews and see if you'd suddenly hear what's wrong with what you just fucking said.
Australia without comparing it to a war in Gaza.
90% of Muslims are peaceful and lovely and amazing, but if 10% wants to bring down the West, you're looking at a heck of a lot of people.
Jillian, I've had to sit here and listen to y'all go back and forth. Can I please make this point?
There seems to be this struggle inside the soul of...
Speaking of stupid Kamala Harris strategies, apparently her team paid that guy, I can't think of his name, this guy that Jillian is talking to, like, a lot of money so she could sit down on his show. Roland Martin, I'm thinking.
Can I please make this point?
There seems to be this struggle inside the soul of Islam between those who believe in live and let live and those who believe in death to the infidels.
Every generation tends to think that our moment in history is as bad as it's ever been, that the struggles, divisions and tensions that we're wrestling with right now are uniquely pivotal. It's obviously not true, but that doesn't mean that everything is always getting better either. And sometimes, however temporarily, they are very clearly getting worse. Yesterday, father and son Islamists killed 15 people in a chilling anti-Semitic terrorist attack on Jewish people celebrating Hanukkah on Bondi Beach in Australia. The knee-jerk reaction of many on social media was again to blame all Muslims, but it very quickly emerged that one of the heroes of the day was Ahmed al-Ahmed, a 43-year-old Muslim fruit seller who risked his own life to save countless others. You're perfectly entitled to have a view that every immigrant from a Muslim country should be kicked out of the West. But you have to reckon with the
Jesus
fact...
Christ, Piers. Why do they show this?
It should be possible to loathe and condemn anti-Semitism without resorting to Islamophobia.
I don't know why I asked that. Piers Morgan Uncensored, right?
Just as it should be possible to say BLM went much too far without being overtly racist. And that he disagreed with some of what Charlie Kirk said or believed without grotesquely celebrating his death as so many did. That was the position of Hollywood legend Rob Reiner, who along with his wife Michelle was murdered in horrific circumstances this weekend. When you first heard about the murder of Charlie Kirk, what was your immediate gut reaction to it?
Well, horror, absolute horror.
Roland is the highest rated black political show. I know, but you probably didn't need to pay him as much as she did to get on that show. They probably would have had her on for free, let's be real, or for like a much lower speaking fee than what she paid. And on top of it, like, that's not the way that they needed to be reaching out to those voters.
And I unfortunately saw the video of it, and
the interview didn't even get that many views.
It's beyond belief what happened to him, and that should never happen to anybody. I don't care what your political beliefs are. That's not acceptable. That's not a solution to solving problems. And I felt like what his wife said at the service at the memorial they had was exactly right.
The default position in the age of social media is tribal loathing. We've seen plenty of it on both sides this weekend, just as we saw it after the National Guard terror attack in DC, and again with the fraud scandal in Minnesota. We're seeing it in some of the reactions to the death of Rob Reiner, including an extraordinary statement just a few minutes ago from President Trump. It might make people feel better, but if they've any interest in living in a contented and genuinely united society, the truth is they're making it a lot worse. Well, joining me to debate this, founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the host of Keeping It Real, Jillian Michaels, host of Democracy-ish, Wajaha Ali.
Our girl Jillian, the host of Keeping It Real.
That's Cenk Uygur, the host of Keeping It Real, Jillian Michaels, host of Democracy-ish, Wajaha Ali, and the journalist and host of The Emily Austin Show, Emily Austin, and Roland Martin, host of Unfiltered. Welcome to all of you. Look, I was going to start with the horrific attacks in Australia, and we'll come to those, obviously. But as we've come on air, Cenk Uygur,
yeah, this is where I read this in like this current affairs article. There was $2.5 million directed toward 3 digital agencies that work with online influencers, and the campaign spent around $900,000 to book advertising on the exterior of the Sphere venue in Las Vegas. YouTube host Roland Martin received $350,000 from the campaign for a quote-unquote media buy, at least part of which appeared to consist of an interview on his show that racked up under 130,000 views. Al Sharpton's nonprofit received $500,000 from the campaign ahead of his MSNBC interview of Harris, which was unsurprisingly friendly. Democratic mega donor John Morgan says that consultants saw the giant pool of monies as being like getting the keys to the candy store, and concludes that much of the money was essentially stolen, albeit legally. But $350,000 to go on a show and only get 130,000 views, and it was a short interview as well. Look, this hasn't even moved. October 14, 2024, and it's still sitting at 130,000 views. This article was written like a little over a year ago, December 11, 2024. And like, this was all the people that are ever going to watch this have watched it. That's it.
Donald Trump has gone on his Truth Social platform to talk about Rob Reiner. Now, I interviewed Rob Reiner on this show 3 months ago. And
why should black people accept less money than white people? Wow, I love YouTube chat so much. What a brilliant inference to glean from what I was saying. Thank you so much. Please continue to make excellent contributions like that in my YouTube chat. Keep saying stuff like that. I love it.
Aside from what he just said about Charlie Kirk, as we just heard, which was, I thought, extraordinarily gracious, given he politically disagreed with almost everything Charlie Kirk stood for.
Deo Rumba, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys.
Notwithstanding that, Rob Reiner just got brutally murdered, along with his wife, it appears, by their son, who's had many years of battling drug addiction and homelessness, and appears to have gone crazy and stabbed them both to death in the most barbaric of circumstances, now under arrest with a $4 million bail. Donald Trump.
He does not represent us. Okay, YouTube chat, you guys have really got to pick up the slack when I've got chatters like that in there.
Has just posted this. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching...
Those ads for his show, not the interview. He does his daily show. Look, I will look more into it and see if he received that money specifically for the interview or if it was part of a media buy for the interview as well as advertisements. But I'm going to say right now, even with the viewership that he pulls, that does not seem worth it to me.
Reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all...
And the other thing that article talks about is how expensive it is for them to run ad campaigns where they're begging for more money, which the Harris campaign did a lot of. So they were literally paying tons of money to try to get more money by asking for donations in these advertisements instead of advertising for like her platform or talking about what she planned to do or differentiate herself from Biden and Trump.
All goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before.
Why should we help when we aren't even on screen? And the YouTube chat apartheid. Go make yourself the biggest victim somewhere else. But I'm gonna see if I can get YouTube chat back on my screen. I'm seeing other people doing it, and it's not getting them clapped on Twitch. But I will try again after my warning expires, which is at the end of this year. So coming soon.
Rob and Michelle, rest in peace. You know, I got to say, Cenk, that just crosses every line of...
Kamala should have went on jail. Yeah, she should have gone on Jesse Lee Peterson. JLP appearance for $350,000. You wouldn't hear a peep from me. That would be money well spent.
Just basic human decency to me. Yeah, Rob Reiner was murdered last night by his troubled, unhinged son. And to make political capital, and what angers me about it, is there was all the outrage from Trump supporters, rightly, when the left mocked Charlie Kirk after he was murdered. And I thought we'd reached a kind of consensus that this, whatever side of the divide you're on, this is just unacceptable. That when people get murdered, you just show basic respect. And it's just happened as we came on air. I just thought we've got to start with this, because when you're the most powerful man in the world, listen, everyone knows I've known Trump a long time. But this is one of those times when many times he's been like this when big public figures have died. I remember it with John McCain. I remember it with Colin Powell. And each time I just wince at the lack of basic decency. What is your reaction to that?
Why doesn't Leica never show up on stream? Well, because Leica needs to be created 23 hours a day. And unfortunately, when I'm streaming, that's usually part of the time block that I have set aside for him to be created. The 1 hour a day is like in the morning when I'm like never going to stream that early.
Well, you saw that I came on here and I was brokenhearted when Charlie Kirk was killed. And I condemned the people celebrating it because, my God, if you're part of...
Cenk had like the funniest tweets when Charlie Kirk was killed. Let me see. If I can't find it, hold on. He had like awesome tweets. And he was not kidding. What happened to Charlie Kirk is one of the worst things that has happened in American politics. My heart goes out to his family. Fuck whoever did this. Not only is it deeply tragic by itself, but we are now all in danger. Violence is always wrong and it's intellectual surrender. So that was just his first post. I have 5 different posts here from him. Fuck, Charlie died. God damn it. This is not the way. I didn't just know him from our interviews and debates, but I met his wonderful wife. Okay, I wonder if that aged terribly. This is beyond heartbreaking. Violence is so stupid. He was a real person, a human being who just died in front of our eyes. Tragic, 2 exclamation points. Giving Trump by punctuating his tweet with that. I'll work with anyone on the right to appeal to our better angels. Yeah, we know, Cenk. We know you'll do anything to cozy up to the fucking right in this country. We have to go toward more empathy and love for one another, not toward more hate. If this moment is used to drive hate and division, it'll be a second tragedy today. Let's remember we're all Americans together. Like, he was in his High School Musical arc. We're all in this together, guys. I can't believe they haven't caught the shooter yet. Not catching him would be an unacceptable failure by the U.S. government. Whoever shot Charlie Kirk must be brought to justice. I'll never believe the government if they say they just weren't able to catch the shooter. Even when they caught the shooter, there were a lot of people that also said they will never believe the government, no matter who they detain. That movement's being led by Candace Owens. Oh my God, this is so long. A while back, I put out these rules for the internet. 1, when we disagree, we fight. 2, we have a beer afterward. Oh my God. When did Cenk become... I forgot how bad these were. This is like resistance lib shit that I would not expect from Cenk, even though he has these tendencies sometimes. 3, when we agree, we unite. I got a lot of flack, surprisingly, for the line about the beer. People would ask, oh yeah, would you have a beer with Charlie Kirk? Well, I did, and I'm glad I did, because now I won't get to. Okay, that's one reason to be glad that you had a beer with Charlie Kirk. I met Charlie Kirk. I didn't regret not getting a beer with him. Yes, Charlie and I disagreed a lot and about really important things. Oh, really? You would never get that impression based off when you sat down with him, Cenk, because the last couple of times you did, you were just fucking rolling over and showing your belly the entire time. Absolutely embarrassing, pathetic display. But apparently they disagreed on a lot. But somehow we didn't lose our humanity. We were still fellow Americans. You know, he's somebody who would have been happy to have Donald Trump installed again as president, even though he didn't win in 2020. I, Cenk Uygur, personally disagree with that. But, you know, what's important is that we can come together and have a beer after the podcast episode where I suck him off live on air. We can all choose to hate each other now. That's a normal human reaction. Wait, what? Why did he put this? We can all choose to hate each other now? That's a normal human reaction? That isn't even what happened in light of Charlie Kirk's death. A lot of the animosity was directed towards Charlie Kirk himself, but not just everybody. And also, that's not a normal human reaction. We can choose to blame each other, and I'm sure we will endlessly. Or we can defy the voices of division in the country and have a beer together. This time in grief. If you really want to strike back at whoever did this, listen to each other instead of hating one another. They want us to hate each other. They... Cenk being ambiguous is, you know, not something I want to see these days. Treating one another as brothers and sisters as a united America would be a historic act of defiance. Since I'm on the left, I'll go first. For everyone on the right, and most especially the Kirk family, I am so sorry for your loss. I share your grief, and I want you to know our hearts are with you. I think Cenk might just be an alcoholic. That would make this more understandable and less embarrassing. But unfortunately, I have a feeling that this was written entirely sober from Cenk Uygur. And this is something I can, like, he absolutely believes. It's not really that hard to conceive of, given his politics right now.
The peace movement, you're on the left, etc.
Of course.
We're supposed to be for nonviolence more than anybody else. So, and that was disappointing.
It's certainly a sobering read.
That time. And then Donald
Don't forget to follow the rules, you guys.
Trump, among others, said it was the most outrageous thing they'd ever seen. For him to do it now to Rob Reiner, I mean, and for what? For what? I mean, did this guy advocate for some heinous thing? Not at all. And here's what I want people to understand about Rob Reiner. So
Did Cenk silently sit alone and have a beer with an extra beer on the side for Charlie? I really wish somebody would ask him that.
Obviously, if
I'm making a pledge to you guys right now. I'll promise if I ever get on a panel with Cenk, I will inquire and find out. El Diablo, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to my community. Really, really, really appreciate it.
An enormous figure in Hollywood, some of the movies that we all love, like Stand By Me, When Harry Met Sally, etc., right? But on top of that, here's something that no one could argue with. Rob Reiner was a true American patriot. He loved this country. Now, whether you agreed with him or disagreed with him on any issue, he's a guy who put his heart into this country and always tried to make it better. You could see patriots like that, whether they're on the right or the left, who deeply care about their fellow man. And Rob Reiner was definitely one of those people. He was the best of us. And to die in such a tragic way, and then to have the president of the United States rub it in and somehow make it about himself. Look, I'm not... I could get angry at that.
Does this chick do call-in chat? Yeah, I do. And I would love to hear you chew my ear off about like why I'm being racist for criticizing the media bias strategy of the Harris campaign. Please, I'm about to drop a Discord link in my chat, and you feel free to join the waiting room, and I will pull you in, and we can have this discussion right now.
Donald Trump, we've all been angry at Donald Trump. But if you're on the right, more than anything else, you should just be deeply disappointed. Is this what you wanted? Is this the ha-ha, you're dead kind of mentality that you wanted? It sounded like after Charlie died that you really, really didn't want that you thought it was a terrible thing to do.
Well,
so
that's the point.
Excuses.
Yeah, look, that's the point, Jillian, that I would make, is it's going to be very interesting to me what people...
I love how Cenk was talking, but he said Jillian.
...on the conservative right in America say by way of their reaction to what Donald Trump has said here. Because if there's any support for this from MAGA, from his supporters, his friends, from anyone, then it flies completely in the face of that whole debate after Charlie Kirk, when so many on the left behaved disgustingly. You know, I remember calling it out at the time. And then here, you know, the idea that he was murdered because of something to do with his
I'm just
views
smacked
of Donald Trump, which is complete nonsense. You know, it's I'm
no
not just disappointed. I'm angry with it. You know?
I completely agree with you and Cenk here. I will say that when I woke up and learned about this, it was on Brandon Tatum's Instagram, and he actually showed the clip of you talking to Rob Reiner. So my hope is that any reasonable person on the right or the left finds political violence disgusting, any support of it disgusting, and I'm with both you and Cenk. There's zero pushback over here. I'm extremely disappointed in the way Trump
I mean, it's not even,
this.
you know, there's not even a suggestion it's political violence.
I love how when the left does this towards Charlie Kirk, that requires, again, like firings, Jimmy Kimmel needs to be pulled off the air, First Amendment violations. But when Donald Trump does it, I'm just so disappointed in Donnie today.
In this case. Right? We don't know why the son did this.
Well, either way, if Trump was trying to imply that it was because of Trump derangement syndrome, any violence of any kind,
I don't think he was.
Reprehensible. I'm not quite sure exactly what he was trying
to... I need this chick to start talking now. I'm so interested to hear what she has to say.
To imply, but I'm disappointed by
She's not just like not disappointed in Trump. She's like, she sounds like happy.
Response. I have yet to see anybody on the right endorse that statement or celebrate the death of Rob Reiner. I certainly hope we don't. And I promise,
except for the president. Except for the president, Jillian. Kind of think that's like what people are talking about here.
You that I would absolutely condemn anybody who does that.
Right. I mean,
I will call in soon. By all means, please. We're dying to hear. I'm dying to hear this. Hold me accountable for my racism against Kamala Harris and her team.
And I want to play a clip. This is another clip from the interview I did with him. I spoke to him for 45 minutes, literally in mid-September. It was a great interview. And I was very struck, actually, by the more mollifying tone that he took throughout this interview about Trump, who he has been very critical of in the past. There's no question. He's ranted away about Trump, like many in Hollywood have done. But in that interview, he struck a very different tone. And here's him talking about Trump and the fact the left kept calling him Hitler. Senator Ted Cruz has come out and said that people should stop using the Nazi rhetoric. And I feel very strongly about this. I think that you can absolutely go after Donald Trump in an aggressive way, but calling him Hitler or calling his supporters Nazis, I think crosses every acceptable line.
It doesn't get you where you want to be. I don't really know very many things that I agree with him on, but I also feel that if you go name calling like that, it's not going to get you what you want. You have to rally people around the things that you agree with that are in disagreement with Donald Trump. And to me, the one area that, again, we both agree on is the freedom of speech and in the Constitution, First Amendment.
You know, there's an irony there with Jahat about the name calling, because I don't know what Donald Trump thinks he'll achieve with this rant about Rob Reiner, as his body is still warm from this brutal murder.
As if these two deaths are even comparable. 2 people died, therefore they're comparable. That's literally the level of discourse that these people are operating off of.
But whatever he thinks it will achieve, it will only, I think, anger and disappoint a lot of Americans, if not all Americans. And I just don't understand why he would use his gigantic platform so soon after someone is murdered to do this.
Wow, yeah, really out of character for Donald Trump to display this sort of like, egotistical, self-centered, rude behavior. Never seen him act like that a day in his life. This really comes out of nowhere.
The harsh truth is this is who Donald Trump is. This is who he has always been. He's been cruel. He's been vulgar. He's lacked empathy. I mean, you just saw this right now. I'm glad you brought it up because I read it right before I came on your show. Rob Reiner and his wife, it seems that they were brutally and tragically murdered by their son, who apparently had mental health issues and drug problems. He was a beloved director. And you're seeing Donald Trump right now, who is the president of the United States, folks. He's the commander in chief. He's the representative of our country. And you just hope any president, Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter what they say is this a terrible tragedy, thoughts and prayers. Simple as that. But we've seen Donald Trump just even recently with Erika Kirk. I was on your show and we all praised. It was a consensus amongst the panel that when she forgave the alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, we all said that was very brave and a beautiful thing to do at the Arizona rally. What did Donald Trump do right after she said it? She goes, I don't forgive.
The blonde is just awkwardly sitting. Believe me, you are going to prefer silence to what that bitch has to say. She's fucking insane and she's moronic.
I'm not as forgiving. Like, why would you say that? And then also after he survived the assassination attempt, if you remember at the RNC, Piers, he had that patch on his ear. They gave him a script. He was supposed to be decent, kind, meditative for the first 20 minutes. And then he mocked and ridiculed Paul Pelosi, who survived an assassination attempt by David DePape. So this is who he is. And Piers, if I may say, he's been like this for 10 years. I've been saying it. Cenk's been saying it. Roland's been saying it. For everyone waking up today, where you been? This is who he is.
Well, where I've been, I've always called it out when he's done it after people die. I think there's a particularly distasteful aspect, and I'll bring Emily in here. When people have just been murdered, whether it's Charlie Kirk, whether it's Rob Reiner, it doesn't matter to me what their politics are. When they've been brutally murdered, the only decent, civilized human thing to do is to just be respectful or do nothing. If your genuine feeling.
Silence is also an option.
Is what he's just ranted. Well, don't say it.
But of course, when Charlie Kirk died, or was killed, silence wasn't really an option, because even if you said nothing, you were accused of, you needed to condemn it. You needed to come out and say it was wrong. Silence was violence. It was tacit endorsement or agreement with anybody who was cheering it on, quote unquote, or whatever. But when it comes to this, apparently silence is an option.
Right. I feel like
even quoting Charlie Kirk got you in trouble.
President of the United States, he does not, with all due respect, have any obligation to need to tweet about Rob Reiner. I feel like he has, other things going on, and that's reasonable. If I were in Trump's inner circle, would I had told him to post this? Probably not. I'd suggest strongly for him to just not say anything at all. The first I'm ever hearing of Rob Reiner is that he has Trump derangement syndrome, and that still doesn't change any of my empathy towards him. I didn't know who he was. I'm hearing now he was talented. In fact, one of the first impressions I've had of him was Donald Trump's tweet. But I really think we're doing a disservice by drawing parallels from this to political violence, even bringing up Charlie Kirk's murder. I get why you brought it up, Piers, because you're saying, well, if you don't like how the left celebrated his death, don't celebrate this. But nobody's celebrating Rob Reiner's death. I hope, as Jillian said,
it sounds like Donald Trump is getting. Yeah, but look, it does sound like he's getting pretty close to it.
I don't think so.
I mean, when he says that, he got killed reportedly due to the anger he caused others with his mind-crippling disease, Trump derangement syndrome.
Okay. He wasn't celebrating it. He was just being ridiculously tasteless and saying that the reason he died is because he disliked me.
Zero evidence for any of that. He got killed by his deeply disturbed son after what the TMZ and New York Post and others...
Fake blonde. Guess what? Most blonde people, especially most adults by that age, they're fake blondes. There's almost like no blonde people in this world, really. If you're looking at a blonde adult, you are looking at a fake blonde.
It was a terrible family argument. The son, Nick, who's now 32, was a screenwriter who battled and talked openly made a film about drug addiction, homelessness, and so on. But apparently, used whatever kind of implement to slit the throats of his parents.
Yeah.
I
hear you. I'm not justifying it.
I don't think there's any political motivation for this attack whatsoever. But Donald Trump has made it political by inferring very clearly that this happened because Rob Reiner attacked him. And that to me is where...
I disagree. I disagree, Piers. I'll tell you what I think his intention was, and I will also preface by saying he did not get the message across. I feel like his intention was...
This is just a comms error. This is just like we're just talking past each other. So when Donald Trump very clearly made that ridiculously insensitive Truth Social post about Rob Reiner, he just worded it inartfully. But let's let this woman mind read and read things into words that definitely are not there. But even though what he said was fine, but let's change everything he said.
Hey, everybody, look, although this man hated me and although he had Trump derangement syndrome, he ended it, putting up together with "May they rest in peace," whatever. I feel like what his intention was even though I disagree with him,
May they rest in peace, whatever.
The guy died, and I'm sorry for him. He did that in possibly the worst way.
Stop it.
And I just don't feel like this is really shocking to anybody here. I feel like we've all been following Trump over the last 10 years. And as Wajahat said, that's his style. You like it or not, that's who he is. This tweet was wrong, but it's not, necessarily so shocking for all of us to see. And also, it shouldn't be going on for
I actually did.
Finally, a thing I don't disagree with her coming out of her mouth. I mean, if you know Donald Trump, you shouldn't be surprised. Correct. I don't disagree with her on that. Yes, this is commensurate with exactly how Trump has always acted ever since he has been the president, and even prior to that. He has always been like this. Correct.
That's his style. You like it or not, that's who he is. This tweet was wrong, but it's not, necessarily so shocking for all of us to see. And also, it shouldn't be going on for
I actually did find it quite shocking. And I have known Trump a long time. I am a friend of Trump's, good, bad, and ugly. And I got to say, Roland, there's no defense for this.
There's no defense. I don't know what the hell I just heard. Let's be clear. He has no morals, no values, no decency, no ethics, no principles. This is who he is. This is not a shock at all. He's a narcissist. He is someone who makes everything about him. And so this is who this man is. This is who he was, not in the last 10 years, Piers, but going back to when he was descending down those escalators. Going before that, the whole thing with Obama and the birther. This is who this man is.
Well, he's always been a trash talker.
So I'm not
Roland, hang on.
Oh my God, criminal if he is going to allow Piers to get away with saying that spreading the birtherism conspiracy and racist lie was just trash talking.
Look, he's always been a trash talker, right? He's a New York real estate guy. He's a trash talker. No, and I would say, I know, I'm going to come to that. In relation to general trash talk, my God, the left talk trash about him, right? As I said in that clip, so all the Hitler stuff and Nazi stuff, all that, it's a two-way street, the trash talking. This is a particular thing, which angered me. It angered me when I saw his reaction to Colin Powell dying, to John McCain dying. I just think there's just got to be, on all sides, when public figures like this die, whether they're great politicians or they're great movie people, whatever it is, there just has to be a basic decency. If people get killed or murdered or whatever it is, or die after great lives and careers, just either be decent or don't say anything.
Here's the deal. This is all sides is nonsense. First, listen, the regular average person who's out there on social media, that's one thing. But it's called being a statesman for a reason. I'm literally sitting here. I grabbed my book, Master of the Senate, of LBJ, and it was amazing. Cairo talks about how LBJ, how when he was president.
It's a fine line between trash talk and racism. LOL, not to MAGA.
How he spoke and moved differently publicly than he did when he was majority leader of the Senate, because he saw the presidency and the respect for the institution. This person has none. This is no shock. There's a reason I don't even call him president, because he does not rise to the occasion in that way. This is who he is. He will degrade people. He will say these things. I am not shocked by it because he is despicable in this way. Well, and there's no defense. There's no, I think he meant, he meant exactly what he wrote.
Okay, look, I want to move on to Australia, but I do want to end by just playing a clip, another clip from that interview.
If you have to do this, I think he meant shit. Again, you are acknowledging that what he said was inappropriate, whether you realize it or not. You are implicitly suggesting that more than just, it was an artfully phrased, here's what I think he meant. You are reading things into his words that he did not say to try to cleanse his image. That's what you're doing at that point.
Rob Reiner, which I think is a nice way to remember him, because ironically, I said to him, because we've just been talking about Charlie Kirk, I said, Rob, when the day comes when you're no longer with us, and I hope it's not for a long time, very ironic given what's now happened, but I said, I would love to know, out of all your movies, which one would you choose? And he said this: should the moment come when we need to remember the work of Rob Reiner, which is the one for you of everything you've ever done that you would most like to be remembered?
This is what to be really sad.
For.
I always say Stand By Me to me is the one that meant the most to me. I don't know that it's the best, it's for other people to decide, but it's the one that meant the most to me because it really is an extension of my personality and my sensibility. It has a mixture of humor and melancholy and emotion, and it's something that is closest to me of all the films I've done.
You know, and he went on to say,
have you ever tried to get on Piers? I have his like producer and booker's like contact information, but I've never actually used it. I've never contacted them now.
A really moving thing, which was, I said my favorite one of his movies was When Harry Met Sally, which I think in many ways is almost a perfect movie. Brilliantly.
I'm in the waiting room. Fantastic. Just give me like 5 minutes. Let's see. This panel goes for a long time. Give me like 5 more minutes, and then you are going to hold me accountable for my racism, apparently.
Written, brilliantly directed, brilliantly acted, and a perfect length. And he talked about the fact that it was about 90 minutes. And he said a number of people that would come up to him who said on New Year's Eve, which obviously we're just a few weeks away from now, on New Year's Eve, they would start watching it at 10:30 at night on New Year's Eve. So that at the precise moment of the New Year's Eve denouement to the movie, people would actually celebrate the new year and how much he loved that. And that is actually how I'd love Rob Reiner to be remembered, as somebody who actually moved people with the power of his movies. And my God, he had so many great movies. And they were movies of warmth and love and humor and hope and all the things you would want in society. And that is how he should be remembered, I think. So
Piers, can I make a quick comment about his amazing career? Just real quick. It's just for Emily, if you want to go rent some of his movies. Rob Reiner had a generational run of movies for a decade. I just want to name them. I think I could get them at the top of my head in a row. This is Spinal Tap, The Sure Thing, Stand By Me, Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Misery, Few Good Men. All in a row.
What do you want to bet that dude was just reading off of a fucking Wikipedia page?
I heard of When Harry Met Sally. I'm going to watch it.
I mean, name me another director with that type of a run.
And how has she not seen that movie? What the fuck?
Addition, just to being, everyone who knew him said, regardless of what you think about his politics, a really decent, loving, caring man who cared passionately about people, championed rights for women, LGBTQ folks, and cared about our democracy and preserving it.
Yeah, someone did a great tweet. This was Dan Perlman on X. He said, Rob Reiner directed the best American rom-com, When Harry Met Sally, the best coming-of-age film, Stand By Me, the best fantasy comedy.
She'd probably enjoy A Few Good Men and end up defending Jack Nicholson's character. Like, so for all the wrong reasons, she would enjoy it.
Princess Bride, the best mockumentary, This Is Spinal Tap, and the best courtroom drama showdown, A Few Good Men. He did all that and so much more. So look, I want to move on, but I do think that is how Rob Reiner should be remembered, and not for Trump derangement syndrome, which I'm sad to say says more about the president for saying that than it does about Rob Reiner. Right, let's move on to what I wanted.
Piers is devastated to say that. He's so sad having to talk ill of his daddy. We know, Piers, it comes through. You don't have to ever explicitly say that. It's abundantly fucking clear. All right, before they move on to the next topic, I need to be held accountable for my racism. So we're going to be dragging in this caller because I spoke ill of how the Kamala Harris campaign spent their money or whatever. Chuck D, 279, you are live.
All right, let me... Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now, wait. I'm going to pull up what you said. Hold on. We're going to pull up exactly what you said so I don't misquote you.
Okay.
Okay.
I know I can be kind of...
Did you switch to a different YouTube account?
Well, I have a different... My YouTube account, that's what I use for my YouTube account because I use TC for Twin Cities because I'm from Minnesota. And then Chuck D is like my nickname. So that's why.
Oh, no. I don't mean on Discord. I'm trying to like pull up your logs from on YouTube, but it's like not showing me everything that you said. But hold on.
It should be under TC.
Okay.
It has the Twins logo.
But you said that I didn't want black people to be paid the same as white people. Did you genuinely believe that when I was making that criticism of how the Kamala Harris campaign spent those funds on that particular show, that my issue was that she was paying a black creator a significant amount of money?
Well, you said that this is what you said. Your exact words were, he would have did it for free, and she shouldn't have paid him that much money. And my retort was, why should he do it for free? White folks are getting paid all throughout this whole campaign season.
Wait. Before we get to what you said, can you tell me you honestly thought that when I was making that criticism, my primary issue was that black people were being paid. That's what I was saying when I made that criticism. Do you really think that that's what I was saying?
About him, and I was I made a comment saying he's the #1 black podcast as far as politics is concerned. He's #1. So your criticism was like, well, why should he get paid that much money?
So I'm going to take that as a yes, that you think when I made that criticism, what I was expressing was agreement that a black creator was being paid. That's truly what you got from my words, okay? So we moved past that. So yes, that's what you thought. You thought I was being racist. You thought I'm some little white girl sitting up here with my stream complaining that angry to see black people get paid. Okay, that's what you think of me?
Exactly, because it sounded from if you knew who Roland Martin was.
I know who Roland Martin is. I know he has a massive channel. I mean, do I watch him? No, but I don't. There's plenty of huge creators that I don't watch.
So let's rewind. So if you know he's got a massive channel, right? And his demographic is black people, right? He got paid, market rate or probably slightly below market rate for advertisements. You complained he should do it for free.
Well, to be clear, my understanding was that he got paid $350,000 just for that interview. But then you said it was a media buy, and that was also for advertising on his show. So if it said it was for advertising on the show, then I don't think it's as there's ways I could see where that's not as outrageous given the viewership that he pulls, for one. But then at that point, I'm not going to complain about the amount of money that's put it oh, he doesn't deserve that money or whatever. It's just about there is too much money that is circulating going onto online advertisements when the way to reach these voters is to have substantial ground game and actually canvassing operations, door-to-door, deep canvassing, door knocking, these sorts of ways to reach voters is far more effective.
And I do agree with you. I think Kamala Harris's whole media strategy, I would critique it as totally flawed because they're still trying to reach out for this mythical white lady out in the suburbs who doesn't know whether to vote for Trump or Kamala. So that mythical independent voter, quote unquote. I think the white vote is stratified. I think there's no point to wasting your money in all these different advertisements trying to reach that voter. I think that's ridiculous. And I think Kamala Harris and that whole crew, that whole campaign apparatus had a totally flawed strategy.
What did you think of Obama saying, lecturing black men that they need to deal with their misogyny potentially and get over that and vote for Kamala Harris? Did you think that was a good strategy?
Right. He was right. He was right. He was right, but he should have did it in a different way. He should have been more. So
you think that the primary reason that young black men in particular, but other black men as well, were not so enthusiastic about Kamala Harris has more to do with her being a woman than anything else?
I'll explain it from a black person. All right.
Sure.
This is what got Kamala messed up. Number one reason. She was a district attorney. So back in 2020, there was all this rumors and all this stuff that she locked up all kinds of black dudes, right? She's a district attorney. So that's one strike against her. Number two, Kamala's ambiguously black. That means is you look at her, yeah, she black, but she's not where you can just automatically assume she's black.
I know what you're getting at, but you're getting into this a conception of race that I don't think most people outside of black people have an understanding of for the most part, because you're talking about colorism and you're talking about how black people understand her to be light-skinned black or whatever. But I promise you, the majority of white people, this nuance that we're injecting into is completely lost on them. And when you actually say that she's part Jamaican, and did you know that she has Indian ancestry and she's Asian, even depending on how you look at it, that's news to most people, including most white voters. Yeah,
exactly. but black people know. We know that's part of our. Like my grandma looks like Kamala Harris. Like that, her skin complexion. That's what my grandma looks like. But but to a but when you got it out there, those rumors saying she's Indian, saying she's not black, and you don't see any black people around her. Like you never saw her with her black dad. She always talked about her Indian mom. So we got DA, we got her running away from her blackness and not embracing it. That's number two. Number three, this is a controversial one, but it's what I hear, what I heard. Her husband.
Yes, Doug is white and Jewish. But what about him?
Those are the three reasons why her vote turnout for black men was lower.
So you're saying it's when you say that, you think it's a function of black men being anti-Semitic?
No.
And white, or like, or how do you mean?
Let me explain it to you. You're a black man, low information. You're hearing all this stuff about Kamala, and you're like, okay, if she's supposed to be down for black people, but she's not even married to one, how can she really be down for black people? Just think about it.
What am I supposed to get from that, though? Do you believe that that's how all black voters conceive of her, or like the majority?
I think there was
that
a
like
large number.
It's distrustful that she's in an interracial relationship.
It's a large number, yes. It's a large number. That was part of it. It's a stew. It's not only the fact that she was a DA. It was not only the fact that she was ambiguously black. Then on top of that, she's married to a white man. Those three things, that's a stew. That's why she got a good percentage, but her raw vote totals for black votes, there was a drop off. And that was in every major metropolitan area.
Okay, there was a drop off. I know what you're talking about, but it was among which particular black voters?
It was every group.
Which particular one stood out the most as having the least amount of enthusiasm? Which cohort?
Black men.
But black men, but what the main thing is that younger black people, younger black men in particular, were more distrustful of her. And the politics that you're describing, I don't even doubt that these attitudes still exist in significant ways within the black community. But these sound like attitudes of older black voters, if I'm going to be real.
No. I'm explaining to you. This is the stuff that they say. The younger ones are online more. And this is the kind of stuff that they were saying online. So that's what it was. It was like literally, if you go on any of these YouTube podcasts or whatever, that's what they're talking about. That's what the younger generation was talking about. It's like, it ain't just the older ones came out and showed out. Like, it's the younger ones that are being inundated with all this negative stuff about her. And then it didn't help that when they would ask her, Kamala, are you black? She would be like, oh, Donald's playing the same old game. What? That's stupid. Tell them where you come from, who you are, what school you went to.
Your understanding of how you think, like, what counts, or like of her embracing her blackness and running towards it rather than running away from it. I don't know that necessarily is synonymous, and I don't think this is not my position. I don't think that's synonymous with her leaning heavily into the identity politics shit. I'll be real. Leaning into that in the way that you're describing is not something. I think that she would have lost by a greater margin if she had.
Barack Obama did it and won twice.
Okay, but why is Obama more successful than Kamala Harris?
Zoran even did it to a certain degree in his campaign. He leaned into his identity. He didn't run away from the fact that he was Muslim. He didn't run away from the fact that he was from India. He even did a damn commercial where he was eating with his hands. So he didn't run away from his his identity.
But what are the differences? Let's look at some differences though between Barack Obama, Zoran Mamdani, and Kamala Harris. Obama and Mamdani have world-class charisma. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
I think that has far more to do with it than the fact that like that alone enables them to have to pull campaign moves and strategies that Kamala Harris, because she lacks that charisma, she would not have been able to get away with, and in fact would have further alienated people that she could have potentially reached if she did that. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's fair.
Disagree.
I'm just telling you, I think you're putting too much emphasis on like why Mamdani and Obama were successful. The other thing is that Mamdani was not attached to a genocide. Kamala Harris was attached to a genocide and would not distance herself from it and did everything that she fucking could to tell voters that were concerned about that, including black voters, because there was a significant amount of black pastors who came and spoke out against the genocide and were telling not only the Biden campaign, but then later the Harris campaign, you are losing support among black constituents because of your support for this abject terror within Gaza, and it was ignored. So I think that like Kamala Harris could have done those things that you're saying. Maybe it would have been successful. I am so skeptical, but I also don't think that like even if I granted that it would have helped her more, even if I granted her unwillingness to criticize and distance herself from Biden and her embrace of the politics with respect to Gaza was going to be a huge issue.
I think again, I don't think black folks in the hood is worried about Gaza. I'm sorry. They can't even find Gaza.
I didn't say black people in the fucking hood. I'm talking specifically about black pastors. It was hundreds of black pastors that spoke to Biden about this. And those churches, these pastors are highly influential within the black community and within the very, very...
I've never heard that.
Sure.
You gotta show me that.
Black pastors, Biden.
Yeah, you gotta show me that.
Gaza.
Where black pastors in battleground states were telling... You gotta show me that, because that's something new. I learned something today.
Sure.
That's what happened.
This was reported by the New York Times, January 30th, 2024. Black pastors pressure Biden to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Black congregants dismay at President Biden's posture on the war could imperil his re-election bid. So keep in mind, this is prior to him dropping out. As the Israel-Hamas war enters its fourth month, a coalition of black faith leaders is pressuring the Biden admin to push for a ceasefire, a campaign spurred in part by their parishioners, who are increasingly distressed by the suffering of Palestinians and critical of the president's response to it. More than 1,000 black pastors representing hundreds of thousands of congregants nationwide have issued the demand. In sit-down meetings with White House officials and through open letters and ads, ministers have made a moral case for President Biden and his admin to press Israel to stop its offensive operations in Gaza, which have killed thousands of civilians. They are also calling for the release of hostages held by Hamas and an end to Israel's occupation in the West Bank. So that was reported. And then why Biden is losing support among some religious black voters. And then it expands more upon this. This was February 5th, 2024. Not long after that, so like how the story still had not gone away.
Okay. Well, I learned something new today.
And I totally, most Americans don't care about foreign policy, but I'm telling you, between Ukraine and between Israel, Gaza, and what I understand to be a genocide, what more and more Americans are increasingly understanding to be a genocide, and as far as polling data shows, and they're critical of Israel, it contributes to a background noise and atmosphere of chaos. Even if they never actively say when they're polled, they care first and foremost about that, because they almost never do. But they see these images on their social media feeds, they see it in the news, they hear about it, and it's just another thing that what is this administration doing? There's too many funds, they don't entirely understand how money is allocated for these things, but they basically see, rising cost of living, inflation, and then they see weapons being shipped overseas, and it's well, what the fuck? Right. Are they doing anything domestically? It's that sort of understanding of this. Because I agree, it's if you poll these people, that will never say it's a top issue for them, but it's undoubtedly something that they know about. And look at Candace Owens, I realize a lot of Candace Owens is viewer base. I'm not going to say is black people. I realize it's a ton. It's young people. It's a lot of women. It's a lot of white girls. I get
Candace,
all that.
Don't put Candace and black people in the same sentence.
But
she may look phenotypically black, but she is not. She's not black.
That's what I'm saying. I realize it's a lot of white wine moms. Okay. I realize it, but like her entire like claim to fame right now and like what's getting her literally a bazillion views is this conspiracy shit surrounding Israel, Mossad, and how it connects to Charlie Kirk. And I promise you, even though, yeah, I agree with you, black people are not the ones consuming that content, black men especially, they are, it is going to be, like, she ends up becoming a mascot for and a proxy for a significant amount of black people unfairly in this country. And so that will definitely be an issue that people think black people care about, literally just because this one black woman who's really, really popular online is talking about it.
God, I hope not, because that's not. If they want to know how black people feel about it, I mean, there is a genocide. There is something wrong with how Israel conducted that war. I'm not going to complain about that. My only thing is, why did the Palestinians attack the Israelis? I don't understand that part. I'm like, if it's apartheid and if it's like, Jim Crow, then do what black folks did. We had to protest. We didn't go around killing white folks. We just didn't.
I don't want to turn this into an Israel-Palestine like referendum or debate, but I promise you, like what you just said was an option that Palestinians tried time and time again. This was certainly not a first resort by Palestinians. But I mean, on that, like, I'm just going to pose to you, I think your mode of analysis as far as understanding American electoral politics is critical and it is important. But do you ever feel like something significant is being lost if you like analyze voter trends in this way and you take it down to race and you leave out some of the more important factors, in my opinion, to bring into the conversation when you're looking at voters by race?
I think race is the most important. I think race is the most important thing.
Why?
Because that explains why we don't have universal health care. That explains why we don't have universal programs. That explains our shoddy safety net is race. I believe the problem with a lot of leftists is they believe it's a class dynamic, and I believe it's more of a race dynamic. I believe you have in this country where there's even been books about it. There's a book called Dying of Whiteness. There's another book called When Affirmative Action is White. These books explains how white people would rather die than share the resources with people of color.
No, I recognize that. Like, consistent, the new Jim Crow talks about this as well. Racism Without Racists by Edward Bonilla Silva talks about all the different ways where consistently, if you superficially poll Americans on their attitudes with respect to race, it seems to be improving. But when you ask these sort of secondary and tertiary follow-up questions and really interrogate their beliefs as far as like, do they support affirmative action? Do they support integration? They express an obscene amount of discomfort with these things in ways that are highly problematic. I don't even disagree with you. Exactly. And I do think it is a very like, and what you're saying is not wrong. That like, yes, there is a significant portion of the white electorate, like when they learn that the recipients of some of these social programs is going to be primarily not just poor people, but poor non-white people and black people specifically, it drops entirely. It's the same reason why when you see like they support the ACA, but they don't support Obamacare, that I'm sure some of that is to be charitable to those voters. It really does come down to like, they don't like Obama, but a lot of them, why don't they like Obama? They don't like Obama because he's a scary black guy who they didn't trust. Right. But I do think that like,
and it's about, they don't want the benefits to be shared amongst them, because you think about it, white people, their cousins in Europe, what do they have in Europe? What do they have? They have a strong safety net. They have universal health care in all those European countries. Do you know why? Because a lot of those countries are homogeneous. They're able to see their fellow citizen as my brother. You're my brother. We're in this same fight together.
Oh, no.
Whereas in the United States, they look at my family, my people, as the other. We don't want to give those people nothing. Prime example, when FDR signed the Social Security Act, right?
Sure.
They made sure that black folks didn't get it. They said if you were a farmhand or if you were a maid, you couldn't get Social Security. The white folks didn't rectify that until 1950. It's like I think it was 54.
Well, it wasn't even.
Like
I wouldn't even give credit to white people for doing that. It was because they were pressured by black and non-white constituents that forced their hand to do it. But I see what you mean. That you're saying that the lawmakers or whatever white lawmakers did not end up supporting that for a long time. I agree with you. Yes.
And this ideology explains why you have a Joe Manchin, you have these centrist Democrats, because they know intuitively that, hey, white folks don't want us to really give all these benefits to everybody. So we have to like means test it. We have to do this. We have to do that.
Wait. See, this is where you lose me. This is where you lose me because
no, this is, think about it. All right, explain why I'm wrong.
Okay, this ideology that you're saying, I realize that white supremacy is pervasive within everyone in the United States, given the way that everybody is socialized. And if you're the majority power group in this country, which is white people, you're going to be more predisposed to have those sorts of attitudes and carry them forward into the next generation. I agree with you. But if you try to look at this as a primary mode to understand, I'm not saying, again, don't leave it out of the conversation. I'm saying if your analysis is not intersectional, if you are not bringing class into it, and if you're not bringing education into it, you're going to have a really, really hard time understanding why these things. And I will say a point that you said about, they have social safety nets in Scandinavia and Denmark because they're homogenous. I exclusively hear that from racist white people, and this is the first time I've ever heard it from a black person.
But my reason for it is totally different than those clowns. I'm saying they pass those programs because they view each other as family, not because we can't have that here in the United States.
But you said homogenous. So when you say they view each other as family, that you're saying like the reason why they view each other like as familial, or there's this sort of bonding, it's like a solidarity on like a racial basis is what I hear.
Yes. Not just saying that we can't have those programs here because we're diverse. That's a horrible BS argument those conservatives are saying. No, I'm saying it's because they view each other as brother and sister, as a big clan. Hey, we should have universal health care to help out my fellow man. Whereas in the United States, we're like, nah, I'd rather go hungry and die before I give that black man down the street health care. That's how this country is. That's why we're different than Europe. We've always had the presence of an other, whether with blacks and Native Americans. We've always had that other. Whereas in Europe, no, not so much. It's more homogeneous. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it as far as the conservatives' argument is just filled with racism.
No, you're not saying it. I think you mobilize it in service of something that's more hopeful because you're saying it could be that way, but it's not. But your mode of analysis is very similar. And I think it's premised on something that I don't think is necessarily true, which is that you see this sort of like, to the extent that white supremacy manifests in this society today, it's carried forward in very, very, like insignificant ways, not in the way that you're describing. Like it's replicated by very, very mundane things. Especially given the way that like systems are like, I know that you disagree. Like you think that there's this like overt, almost like white solidarity
argument right there. That racism is not really that bad.
No, I'm not saying. Wait. No, that's not. You misunderstood what I was saying. I'm not saying it's not that bad. I'm saying it's replicated in unexceptional ways, which is to say we've gone from overt Jim Crow era racism, where there were literally whites only sign posted on businesses in this country, to the different ways that it manifests, which is what? The Supreme Court overturning the legality of affirmative action, for example, or people like using DEI as like a proxy for like the N-word, or like questioning, like not understanding how that like the DEI is not what people think it is. They think that they're just like handing out non-white people jobs left and right when it's like how you select the pools, like or like how if a system is systemically racist, even if you end up changing laws so that it's no longer systemically racist, because of the momentum that's carried forward in these systems, you're still going to have significant racial inequalities that persist on the basis because of how the policy had been set up for so many years. Like these sorts of things, which is what I mean is that it's very, very mundane. I mean, I hate to say this, it feels cringy to ask you this. I'm sure you've seen Get Out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the cringy part where he goes over, Daniel Kaluuya's character goes over to meet the dad, and he's like saying things like, well, I would have voted for Obama like 3 times, and what's going on? What's this thing between you guys, like trying to use like a black accent, just sounding ridiculous? Like, a lot of racism in the 21st century is as clumsy and awkward as that. That's not to say there aren't worse forms, but
that's
okay.
wrong.
Then tell me why you disagree with that, because that's how I see a lot of it on like a day-to-day basis. I realize there's more significant things, but as far as like how most people I feel like are interacting with it, that's what it looks like.
No, that's like you're saying racism is like being impolite, and I don't think that's what it is. Racism is more or less, it's always about rights and resources and the denial of such. That's what real racism is. So like I'm saying, white people in this country would rather, like, okay, let me give you a good example, right? November 4th, right? When the Democrats had that huge blue wave.
Right.
Do you know why they had that blue wave? Do you know what the reason was? It wasn't because white voters changed their minds. It's because the people of color came out. That's what happened. It wasn't white people are fine with what's going on because they're seeing the browns and blacks getting up out of here.
Okay, this is where we disagree. I'd be more than happy if you send you have my Discord. You can send me articles talking about how these victories were carried forward with significant margins from non-white voters. I probably don't even disagree with that. But as far as like you're saying, white people were not happy with what was going on. I promise you. I don't really conceive of them in this way. But just using your terms, Trump's polling abysmal. Did Trump really campaign for these midterm elections? No, and he barely endorsed any candidates. The Democrats that did succeed, they were the centerpiece of their campaign was affordability and opposing the policies of Donald Trump and talking about the ills of the government shutdown, which affected everybody.
Okay,
Black,
but look at the exit polls. The exit polls will show you that if just white people voted, the Republicans would have won every single one of those races. If just white people voted. Just look it up.
Exit polls midterm.
Look it up. The Virginia race and the New Jersey race. Look at the racial breakdown.
I probably won't even disagree with you that this is the reality. But the thing is that like, why are white people in this country more likely to vote?
Because they want to keep their power structure.
No, I mean, that's probably for some white people, I'm sure that is the reason. But the reason why is because white people on average have more generational wealth. And if you're more wealthy on average, you're far more likely to vote. And these sorts of things carry forward into voting patterns. And that's why disproportionately as it is. And like on top of the fact that there's different ways that there are explicitly racist laws.
Okay, I'll ask you this question. Why aren't white people more progressive then, if that's the case? Why aren't there more?
But there are a lot of progressive white people. In fact, when you look at who carried Mamdani to success, a lot of it was a bunch of white boys. I promise you, look into it. It was a bunch of white, rich boys from the fucking Upper East Side and younger as well.
Okay, besides Mamdani,
it depends on which white people you're talking about. If you try to paint with this broad brush or whatever, you're going to miss the shades of gray that are necessary to understand the electorate.
I don't know. I just believe that the white vote is stratified. I'm sorry. The greatest politician in my lifetime,
stratified?
as far as stratified, yes. You're not gonna get your tops. If I'm running for president, right? I know as a Democrat that the white vote, the highest share you'll ever get is at least 39-40%. That's it. Don't waste your time. Don't waste no more money. You will never get higher than that. And if you look at those exit polls in that New Jersey and Virginia race, they got around that amount, 40-45%. That's it. So don't waste your time. White folks are so in their bubble. They want to keep their resources. They don't want to share it. There's some that aren't like that. There's some that are
okay, but look, I've pulled up this data that you're talking about, and yes, this is what this is what it reflects, and I was not surprised by that. The reasons why is what will help you understand what to do with this information, because the way that you analyze it, I feel like you're leaving so much on the table as far as truly understanding it. So look, yeah, are you white? Like 58% voted R. When they pulled the white people, 40% voted D. But the black voters, 11% of respondents, 86% voted Democrat, 13% voted Republican, Hispanic, 60%, whatever, like, you know. But here's the other thing that you need to see, right? Look, the young people, black or white, more likely to vote Democrat, like that transcends race. Or seeing stuff like, like education. If you didn't attend college, if you're a non-college educated voter, you're more likely to vote Republican.
I'm not gonna put too much faith in young white people with the whole Nick Fuentes thing going on. I'm not gonna put too much faith in them either. When you got Nick Fuentes and the rise of the gripers, I don't know about that either. I mean, hopefully they'll be smart enough, but I don't put no faith in that. The only thing that's good about young people is the fact that the young people are more of a diverse cohort. That's the only good thing about younger people, is that they're more diverse. Other than that, nah, I'm not gonna buy it. Now, education, I will give you that. The education divide has helped with progressive values and policies. The more educated you are, you're more likely you're able to, you know, think critically and vote for the Democrats and vote for progressive policies. I agree with you on that one.
Right.
The problem is that not too many people go to college, and now it's getting out there in the ether to where we're disrespecting college. Like, they're saying it's not worth it now, which I think is ridiculous. But
well, it's Republicans saying that. I would never, and like, again, the majority of Republicans, almost all of them, it's white people, but there are so many white people in this country, and there are enough of them voting Democrats that I would never think to say it's white people that are going after education, when it's like, no, it's conservative older white people. It's like a very specific like subsection of the United States that is doing this and that is demonizing higher education. It's not like white people as a monolith.
Well, they've got a big right-wing media apparatus that can push that nonsense out about disregarding education, because I see it all the time. I hear it all the time. And I'm like, you guys are...
This reminds me, how do you explain why non-white voters started drifting towards Donald Trump in this most recent election? Even though I agree with you, the Republicans are a party of white supremacy.
I just told you about how Kamala Harris was. That's part of it.
But if you really feel that there is this racial solidarity that exists between white people and even between black people, why didn't they all more neatly gravitate towards Kamala Harris? And like, you really think it truly comes down to like colorism and the fact that she's not viewed as black, even though she definitely is black.
I told you there's three things. You're missing the DA thing. That's important. There was these rumors saying that she was locking up brothers left and right. So that's important. Then you add in not really black. Then you add in married to a white man. That's 3 strikes and you're out. That's what happened to her.
The polling that I'm familiar with shows that black people, despite what a lot of white, younger, progressive people will say, they like police, and black people are like their conception of public safety is very, very conservative, and I just mean small c.
No,
in the sense that they equate, you know, public safety or whatever with policing, and they like the police. So when you say, oh, she's a DA and that worked against her for most black people, most black voters, I'm like so skeptical of that claim.
No, I'm black and I'm a black man. I'm telling you, no. That when they say, okay, when the whole defund the police movement, because where I live at in Minnesota, I literally live like 10 minutes away from where George Floyd was killed, right? And I knew Philando Castile, grew up with the guy. So I understand this whole police brutality and the movement to change policing in the Twin Cities area. I understand it. But I was pissed off when they was having these clowns say defund the police. not because of what the idea was, because I agree with it, but to your average dummy, they think defund, they think eliminate.
Right.
That was the problem. If they would have said rebuild the police, this would have been a totally different narrative. Totally different. Because if you say rebuild, what does that connotate in your mind? That means, oh, positive. That means we're gonna try something new, different, fresh. Defund means to destroy.
I mean, I don't even disagree with you that like it was terrible messaging. Like most Democrats, even people that support that policy, that are at least coming to accept that to be the case. But I don't like. I'm skeptical of the polling data that I've seen. This being like a difference of like messaging or semantic understanding of how these voters see it.
I'm in the middle of it. I'm telling you, like I don't need a whole bunch of police running around in the hood. I'm sorry, I don't need that. Sorry. I like the fact that I'm able to drive around in my neighborhood and not see cops. I'm glad. And my neighborhood is safe. I live in like walking distance from where Tim Walz' mansion is. That's how weird the hood is up here in St. Paul. It's just different. But yeah, I don't need that.
I know what you're talking about. Again, I mean, okay. Again, I know that you think I'm white or whatever. I'm telling you, I was born and raised in South Texas. I'm from an area where if you walk just 10 minutes, it feels like you're in a completely different area because of the way that like class lines are drawn from where I'm from. And given that I'm here in Florida, which there's a lot of white people around here, and I'm Mexican, the two things happened in one day that I was Christmas shopping just in the last like 48 hours. The first one, I'm at a boutique that's run by like a white woman. And she was asking me for my full name so that she could set up some sort of like rewards account for this place. And as soon as I gave my last name, which is a Mexican last name, she said, "Are you from here?" Because I was like, "Yeah, lady, there's Mexicans in Florida." She said, "Do you live here?" She said, "Do you live here?" That's what she said. Like she was surprised that I lived here. Okay. And then like another thing that happened, I was at TJ Maxx. And I had merchandise in my hand, and I was like searching on my phone to look at reviews of the merchandise, and I could tell that a secret shopper was following me. These are these people, like the plainclothes loss prevention people, because like this woman was very, very diligently looking at a suitcase, and the second, and like I pretty much noticed that I was like, I'm pretty sure this is like a plainclothes loss prevention person. As soon as I moved away, she like zipped up the suitcase and she kept following me. So I know you think I'm white, but I promise you, according to a lot of white people here, they do not trust me and my ilk, okay? So I know what you're talking, but like this is what I mean when like you thought that I'm not trying to downplay racism when I'm talking about microaggressions, but I'm saying that's the way a lot of racism manifests in the world as far as how you interact. Wait, I wasn't trying to say that there's like real racism and not real racism, and that the interpersonal stuff is like just as bad as the systemic stuff or anything like that. I'm just drawing a distinction between like the interpersonal racism and then the systemic racism. Okay.
I know,
but I'm just saying that like I'm sensitive to the things that you're talking about. It's been my own experience, and you probably wouldn't expect that from me. And probably people watching this are surprised to hear me say this. Because I think most people think that I'm white, and I don't even blame them or whatever.
No,
Fine, like I look white.
No.
But
I know you're
I'm
not
telling
white.
you, like if you try to collapse and understand voters in this way, you are going to miss so much if you don't have an intersectional analysis.
I do have intersectional analysis. I just put history and what I've seen in my life, and like I'm looking at what's trends of what's going on now, and I look at history, and then that actually informs my analysis. It's not just so. Yes, I do have an intersectionality. I do. White people use, like the rich white folks, they use the racism to keep the ignorance in line. That's the whole point. Because think about it.
Don't you think it's kind of like rich people regardless? I realize a lot of rich people are white people, but I don't think that
Why
like
would a
whether
rich
it be
black
an
person participate?
Asian rich person or a black rich person or a Hispanic rich person, They just tend to align pretty neatly with Republicans who their ideology aligns very, very neatly with corporate interests and other, business-friendly policies.
No, that doesn't happen with rich black people. No.
How can that not happen with rich black people? Why do you say this?
Because if you look at the most famous rich black people, most of them are on the left some kind of way. They're either Democrats or even far left of that.
Well, I don't doubt that they're still Democrats, because Democrats are still like a corporate friendly party. But when you see like in 2020, some of the wealthiest people in the United States swung for Joe Biden, which actually doesn't surprise me that much, because a lot of wealthy people, they also like market stability, and Democrats introduce market stability.
But there's a difference between being a black billionaire than being a white billionaire. There's a difference. There is. How you got that money, how you have to handle it, where you came from, it's a different. The only one that I know that's been tap dancing and acting a fool is Kanye West. And there's probably a few others, but it's not to the same degree. This is what I believe. I just believe that, and we've seen it in history, that they use, because think about who falls, who's susceptible to this. It's white people. If white people change their voting habits, we could be living like Sweden. We could. If they change, it's not black people. It's not Latinos.
Okay, wait. How do you explain how, like, Bernie Sanders, very progressive, right? He struggled with black voters, both in 2016 and 2020. How do you explain this?
I'll tell you why. Because Bernie Sanders was the word I want to use here. He was a class reductionist. And so I'll give you a good example.
Okay.
I'll give you a good example how that's kind of foolish. Right. Because I'm thinking about writing a book about this. Okay. When you're a class reductionist, you have blind spots to certain things, and you wouldn't be able to solve problems. So I'll give you a good example. Like my school district where I'm from, right, is a pretty good school district. So we can't say that it's lack of funding. We can't say that. It's a very, when I was in the St. Paul school district, it was very good. It was highly funded, one of the best in the country, right? But when I was in that school district, I was being guided to a track to where I was going to be a underperforming student. And it was by the grace of God, I had a good white teacher that saw the potential in me, and she changed my life. And if I didn't have this one white teacher, I'd probably be either probably either be in jail or probably be just having a regular job. I probably wouldn't have achieved the success that I have in my life right now. And if you're a class reductionist, you would never understand that.
I agree with you. If you're a class reductionist, you're going to admit you're also. I would be saying the same things that I'm saying to you about race. They I see you as a race reductionist.
No,
so
I'm
not. How do you see that there are shortcomings with zeroing in and centering one mode of analysis as the bedrock for your political analysis when it comes to class, but then you turn around and you center race, and you don't see how that also leaves you blind spots?
Okay, the reason why I can say my ideology works is because we see it demonstrated from history into today. You know what I mean? And I still say yes. There is class involved, because I think about the Civil War. How was it these rich plantation owners were able to convince these poor white folks to fight in the Civil War? It's the same class dynamic, same class race dynamic. I put race number one, class number two. Whereas if you're Bernie's class for everything. And I'm like, bro, you can't do that. That's what. And then here's another thing too. Elie Mystal had a great article. He said this too about black voters and Bernie Sanders. He said black people know that white people wouldn't allow Bernie Sanders to be successful as far as divvying up all those resources. So we know what white people want before white people do.
I've seen this analysis for like Pete Buttigieg voters because he tried to float that like, yeah, black people are homophobic. That's why they don't vote for me or whatever. But one, he based that off of like internal polling. The sample size for it was literally like 30 black people, and they skewed older, and like he leaked that to the press or whatever. But like some of the analysis did say that like black people are a lot more pragmatic with their vote. And they factor in the things that you're talking about, which is that they're not willing to support a candidate that they feel is overly, it wasn't really even progressive. It was like, if they're overly ambitious and they think that they're not going to be able to get anything done by the existing political establishment, they will lose that candidate will not have the support. But then at that point, I wouldn't say that it's because Bernie is a class reductionist. I would say it's because his ideas are perceived as unorthodox or too progressive. And like you're saying, he will be railroaded.
I gave two things. Why? Two things. I said that was number one. He was a class reductionist because I remember there's another radio show. Her name is Karen Hunter, and her tiff with Bernie is when every time he would talk to a black audience, his first thing would be criminal justice, and she's like, "Well, hell, Bernie, not every black person is a criminal." Talk about other things besides that. Shouldn't be your first thought with black folks is criminal justice. Like myself, I've never been accosted. I've never been arrested. None of that crap. So when he talks about criminal justice, I'm like, I don't care. It doesn't affect me.
Wait, really quick. This is not a gotcha. I just want to know how you reconcile this position with Kamala Harris being a DA and her locking brothers up, as you put it, and that being off-putting to a certain segment of black people.
It's both. I'm just saying, like, you can't lead in with that. Like, that shouldn't be your only thing when you're talking about black issues. Your black issues shouldn't always be associated with criminal justice.
They do this clumsy shit with Hispanics too, because the Latino vote gets collapsed into it. You got
immigration.
Biden is, they bring up immigration, which if you poll Hispanic people, not all of them give a fuck about immigration. They understand themselves as Americans. They don't care about Mexicans in Mexico, and they don't care about Cubans in Cuba. And then on top of it, like, you have Biden playing Despacito at like rallies, like that's gonna do anything for anyone except show that he doesn't understand it. So I don't disagree with you that like, yes, it's these things that send out signals that show how out of touch these candidates are with these particular constituents. But I don't know that like if Bernie Sanders had been more outspoken about supporting affirmative action, for example, that would have been the thing that propelled his support among black voters. Do you think so? Do you think that would have been that, or he would have needed to say like, I'm gonna show, maybe not overtly say, because then this just sounds like pandering, but signal that his running mate was going to be either a black man or a black woman?
No. For leftists, a good example for you guys to follow as far as how to reach black voters, who is a good example? Bernie sucks, but y'all have a great one of y'all heroes now, Mandami. What he did is what every leftist should try to do to get black votes. Do what Zoran did.
They're already doing that, but they're not copying the id poll stuff, funnily enough. They're copying the affordability and the like populist messaging. They're leaning into that.
Like I said, for your leftists, if you're worried about getting the black votes, my advice, do as Mandami did. The affordability stuff, that's just what you have to do because things are ridiculously priced. You have to do that. But follow Mandani's campaign. He gives you more jewels than just, the slick little videos. I gotta give him credit. He knew what to do. He saw the polls. He worked at it. He knew what he had to do to get that black support, and ended up increasing it more so than any other far leftist I've ever seen.
Well, he got non-voters out as well, and it wasn't. He did get black voters out, but he was also getting Dominicans. He was getting Puerto Ricans. He was going to people that just identified themselves as Trump voters, and I'm sure that cohort included non-white people as well. He's younger. He's more energetic. He's very, very charismatic. Like, there's lots of different reasons why Mamdani is particularly successful. He's more authentic. Like, he's not captured by corporate interests. Like, oh, really? I like. Here's an example. Okay. Here's what I want your thoughts on. Jasmine Crockett. Did you see that she's announced to run for Senate? Like, do you think that she has a good chance of winning should she capture the Democratic nomination for the Senate candidate in Texas?
If she pulls enough black voters out to vote, she can win. That's
in Texas?
Texas has the largest number of black voters than any other state.
Well, because it's a massive state. I don't doubt that. But
Texas,
Jasmine Crockett seems to me like, and I listened to her speech where she announced this, and it was very inspiring. Okay, but like
this is where that leftist critique, I call it the paternalistic racism from the left. It's paternalistic. Go ahead.
I see these clips of her where she's talking about we need to be pro-immigrant because black people aren't interested in picking cotton anymore. And I get worried. I get worried because she's saying things like this. And I hope to God that that is not what you mean, or that's not the type of thing you're talking about when you say that black candidates need to run towards their blackness.
No, a good example of that, you got to be careful in what you say things, because I get what she's saying. You got to be careful. A good example, if you want to see a candidate that ran towards his blackness and still not scare white people and others, is Barack Obama. He didn't run away from his blackness.
Well, his name is Barack Hussein Obama. I feel like he has
almost
no. What I'm saying is that he has literally no choice, and he was facing so much racist attacks that he did address it.
Kamala Harris ran away from the fact that she was black. That's why she lost. She ran away from it. When Trump was saying, is she black, is she not? She didn't say, I'm black. She didn't say that. She never even had pictures. She never had pictures of her father around. She never, when you saw her, right, she never talked about her black dad. When you saw Barack with Michelle.
But Barack Obama didn't talk about his father. Barack Obama he was raised primarily by his mother, no?
I know. Listen. I said you saw Barack with Michelle. So, and he talked about his blackness. He talked about his black pastor, Jeremiah Wright. He talked about those things.
Yeah, and then he threw what's his name under the bus. He threw Reverend Wright under the bus. That's what I'm thinking of.
He didn't really throw him under the bus. The whole goal of his speech was, this was like, the subtext was basically, look, that man been through hell as a black man. Accept it. And he flowered it up with his normal Obama-ness. But that's basically what the speech was. He didn't throw Jeremiah right under the bus. He just said, this is a black man who grew up in the segregated South. She's going to have certain beliefs. Just like my grandma has certain beliefs as a white woman from Kansas. That was the whole point of his speech.
I feel like you're understating by pointing to particular examples. Like I see that as indicative of Obama running away from his blackness and attempting to kind of minimize and downplay certain things so that they don't become campaign controversies that he has to answer for, which it already had. But like, yes, of course this happened. Why do you think he had that beer summit after that? And like he had to play this awkward role of mediator between that police officer who arrested Henry Louis Gates, right? That was his name. He's like arresting like a Columbia professor or whatever. Like there were so many different challenges where Obama like clearly, or what was it? Like there was like I don't know if it was like a shooting or something like that where like Obama obviously understood he had to be extremely careful talking about racism and And like you have Ben Shapiro, I'm sure you know who Ben Shapiro is, going on the Ezra Klein show saying that beer summit was like a radicalizing moment for conservatives.
Or when he said Trayvon Martin could have been my son, and I was like, motherfucker, yeah, it could have been his son. And Ben Shapiro got mad because Barack said that, and I'm like, dude, you're an idiot.
Well,
If
of course
Barack
he is,
would
but
have had a
I'm
son,
like he, and I understand obviously what Obama is saying, but like there are for every single moment where Barack Obama was outspoken about, you know, his personal Black experience and like embraced it, there are 1,000 where he didn't invoke those types of things and he shied away from doing it because he was not trying to court controversy from a white Republican establishment that was already hostile to him before he even uttered a word.
part of it was that, and a part of it was his upbringing. Because I believe that because he grew up in a white household, I don't think he really understood the hate that they have towards him.
Barack
That's
Obama?
what I don't think he understood the
I
hate
think
that he
Barack Obama, like regardless, definitely understood the racism that he faced. How could you say that?
I'm saying listen to me. This is
No.
you're not-
I asked that rhetorically, which is that how can you say that Obama ran towards his Blackness, he embraced it or whatever, and then
I'm saying he did it more so than Kamala.
well, that's a low bar because she honestly didn't really embrace anything. It's not to me that she didn't specifically endorse, like, you know, talking about her ancestry or her family. Like, she had low credibility to begin with because, one, in the Democratic primary in 2020, she dropped out before a single vote was cast because she could see the writing on the wall and she was not going to win her home state. So she dropped out before that could happen. And then she joins the ticket of a man she had called, like her defining moment in those primary races is that she called out Joe Biden for the busing issue and segregation. And then she joins the ticket and she never addressed that. So she already came in to me with low credibility. And then she was aligned with an administration that became very unpopular. So like I just say this as examples of her primary issue being that Kamala Harris was not a very visible vice president to the extent that she wasn't she had low favorability even among a lot of Democrats, and she was not very trusted. And then all of a sudden she has 107 days to step into this role and not only sell it to the Democratic base but to the broader American public, and she doesn't have credibility, and she wasn't distancing herself from Biden.
Wait. Slow down. Okay. Let's address some of these things. How is telling the truth about Biden's busing policy a lack of credibility if she's telling the truth?
No. That is her. That she got praised for that. That was her like standout moment. But then she joins his ticket, and she never addressed it again.
Why should she address it? She stated a fact, like, dude, that was a bullshit policy that you supported.
Because she called him like a fucking racist, basically. She's blaming him for supporting these policies, and then it's seen as her collaborating with a guy that she just said was very racist.
Yeah, that's what
and
black
then that
folks
looks like
gotta do
ruthless.
every day.
That looks like that looks like political social climbing.
No, that's what black folks have to do every day.
No, I know they have to
work with racist white folks every day. Like,
I'm only talking. I know that happens. Okay, I don't doubt that. I'm not disputing that. I know that.
It's hard to understand. How is that controversial?
Because I'm only speaking to like what was endemic to Kamala Harris, and like it's not that she's not embracing her Blackness. It's like it's not only that. It's that she was not willing to take a hard stance on anything. Kamala Harris became so like frozen that what she was, it seemed so clear to me that she was scared to occupy kind of any lane, and every single thing out of her mouth seemed like it had been focus grouped and polled, and she was unable to commit to anything because she didn't want to alienate anybody. But when you do that, you come off as sneaky, you come off as very inauthentic, you come off as pandering, and she alienated everybody doing that.
I think a part of it is the curse of being a black person and a black woman at that, is you got to be careful, because every little, like the critiques you have about Jasmine Crockett, that's what they're worried about. They're worried about, because every little thing that woman says gets critiqued to high heavens. That's what they're worried about. So that's why you got to be extra careful. Like, I think Kamala was too careful, but I understand that because you have you ever okay, when you're black, you're raised up with this adage. Like my mom used to tell me this all the time. All the time, she used to say, to get just as far as the white boy, you got to be twice as good. So that's the kind of adage you grow up with. Okay, so you think about that. So you're like, okay, so I gotta be. So you gotta over repair. You gotta sound somewhat like you said, like she's been rehearsed or whatnot. So I think that's what happened with her. And then again, I think back in 2020, there was just a lot of stuff. It was the fact that she was a DA, the fact that she didn't lean into her blackness, the fact that
but like, why not substitute it for authenticity? Because what you're speaking to consistently is an issue with being just authentic.
The lighter you are, the more authentic you can be. This is America. This is America. You have to be. Barack Obama was damn near perfect.
But what you're talking about ends up being like a thing that like ended up being her undoing, because I realized that as a black female candidate, she faces unique challenges that people, especially when they're non-black, can't even begin to imagine what she is going to face for doing these things. And she's surrounded by an establishment that has no shortage of a bunch of people that understand, like, hey, you can't say things like that because you're going to scare Whitey. If I'm going through your mode of analysis, I know that was the case. But again, that ended up I think that way of thinking ends up causing a paralysis that you try to pander so much to a white establishment, to a white base, that that you end up.
Now you're getting it. You're cooking.
I know, but I always thought these things. But the difference is that the way that I arrived at these positions was not through your racial lens. I'm neither a class reductionist nor a race reductionist. I'm saying that like the emphasis on this ends up being a candidate's undoing, because I think she did that in order to try to mitigate the backlash she was going to get, or she perceived that she would have been getting, by kind of being herself, being authentic, because I think she was told left and right, you can't just be yourself because you're going to be perceived as an angry, loud black woman. So you got to behave in a way that's comfortable for all of these white voters that you need to pick up in the general. And so she did that. And the more that she did that, the less authentic she became and the less relatable she became to everybody. But then at that point, again, the thing that I'm underscoring consistently is the authenticity, not the race thing.
Yeah, but the race thing is the paramount.
But to me, it's like, I don't have these prerequisites where it's like I don't think I think there is a way for her to lean into being a DA, for example, and it doesn't come off as inauthentic. But you see it as like mutually exclusive, that if she's running towards her blackness, she can't be embracing that part of her. But that's a part of her. That was like a major part of her career. So how could she ignore it?
And I think during that, that because black people are over policed, that brings suspicion. That I think a good you're going to see in this Jasmine Crockett Senate run, she's the anti-Kamala, and you're going to see her get a higher black vote share than Kamala Harris did, because she's the anti.
Well, I hope you're right, because I would, if she wins, I obviously will support. Basically, I would support a fucking cactus over Ted Cruz, or whoever her opponent's going to be. I don't even know if it's going to be Ted Cruz. I'm sorry, it's going to be Cornyn. It's going to be Cornyn. It's probably going to be Cornyn.
No, it's not. It's going to be Paxton.
I don't know that it's going to be Paxton, but it's going to be Cornyn or Paxton. Okay, I'd vote for a number of inanimate objects over those morons. Okay. And I hope you're correct. I want a Democrat in the Senate from Texas over literally anybody. But I really think that who's the other guy who's like leaning really into like his faith or whatever, starts with a T. I can't think of his name. Who's like
Talarico.
Yeah, I think he's got it locked up.
Here's my problem with Talarico. You're asking white voters to do something that they haven't done since civil rights.
Which is what
that is? Support a Democrat, like in high numbers. Like That's what you're expecting Talarico to get a higher share of the white vote. That's what you're expecting, and I'm thinking that's just fruitless.
Why?
The best you'll get is better.
But he can't win anymore because he said what he did on guns.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying,
Jasmine Crockett's saying things she should not be saying on guns. I watched her speech where she announced her candidacy and she's talking about getting guns off the street. You can't be saying these things when you're running in a Texas race. You have to not talk about that stuff.
it depends if you.
And I also don't like seeing. You're not responsible for this or whatever, but maybe you support it. I do not like seeing this attitude online that the criticism of Jasmine Crockett is coming down to, you just hate to see a black woman winning. Because I don't hate to see a black woman winning. I voted for a black woman and I want to see her win over any Republican. But I'm scared to death of her capturing the nomination because she seems like a candidate to me who does fantastic in the Democratic primary and does abysmally in the general.
But that's part of it, though. You're not going to tell me that there's no racism on the left.
No, I'm not ever going to say that. There's fucking racism everywhere.
Okay.
That transcends politics. There's no place in this world that's not racism.
So it's going to be there, right? There's going to be racism. There's going to be. I'm not going to say all criticism are racist. I'm not going to say that. It depends upon how you do it and what you're saying and how you're saying it. For me to be like, okay, that sounds kind of racist to me. You kind of pick up on those things. You know what I mean? It's like how, like women can pick up on things a man can't. Like I don't know how it is to be a woman, so I wouldn't know how it is to feel uncomfortable in certain situations. It's the same idea. Like as a black person, you kind of can figure out whether somebody's being constructive instead of being destructive. There's a difference. And my deal about, I hope, like I said, I'm with you. I hope either one of them win, but I just feel like with Talarico, you're going to that same tired well again of let's try to pull over I call it the Cheney strategy.
Why? What's he doing?
Let's get those good whites. Let's get those good whites.
Because there's a lot of white people that are voting in Texas, and it's gerrymandered to shit. And the Supreme Court just rubber stamped it and said, "A-OK, Texas, that you do that shit."
Statewide is different. Statewide is different. Texas is 60-40.
They have more registered Democrats than Republicans in that state, but you wouldn't fucking know it because of how it's gerrymandered and because of voter turnout and stuff. But I'm gonna say, I see this in YouTube chat. I want to hear your thoughts on it. Talarico, I don't know, what am I? Is running a closer campaign to Mamdani than Crockett is, but he doesn't like him because he's white. What do you say to that?
That's BS. That's BS. This is what I'm saying about Talarico. Okay, I'm saying you're expecting him to do something that hasn't been done since civil rights. I didn't say I didn't like Talarico.
And you're expecting Jasmine Crockett to do something that, as far as I know, has never been done, which is...
Barack Obama did it.
Barack Obama did not get Texas either time. He got Florida one time, but he didn't get Texas.
Listen. The point is, if she drives out black turnout, not the percentages, the turnout, the raw votes, she's got a shot. I'm not saying it's a good shot because, like you said, it still is Texas. But I broke it down like if she could get 95% of the black vote, if she could get 65% of the Latino vote and 30% of the white vote, she could win it.
She's very outspoken about her criticism of Trump in a state where I just don't know that you can do that for Democrats. It's like one of the only states where you'll ever hear me say that. Because some of the people that you have to capture are going to be people that have voted for Donald Trump. White, non-white. That just is a reality. And she's saying some things on guns that, again, I'm like, I don't know about this. I don't know that she's going to be so hated that she like mobilizes negative turnout. But and the other thing is like, I don't want it to be seen as like if she loses, because this happens too often with like a lot of non-white candidates or female candidates, it'll be, see, this is why we can't have a black candidate running in these states when that will not be the primary reason why she loses.
No, it'll be a contributing factor, though.
Yeah, of course, but it's not going to be the primary one. And it's like, you know, me not supporting her over Talarico is not me saying I don't want black representation, or I don't want black representation, or like black people can't win in Texas. I do think black people can win in Texas, but like I didn't think that Colin Allred could win, but it was not because he was black.
Ever supported a black candidate over a white one?
Wait, say that again?
When have you personally supported a black candidate over a white one?
I voted in like barely any election, but I can't say. Wait, I voted for Kamala Harris. Or unless you mean in the Democratic primary?
No. Yeah, primary. I ain't talking about the general. I'm talking about primary, where you said, I like Tyrone Jackson over Biff or Billy. When have you ever done it in your life?
I haven't. I don't think I have, no. But it wasn't on the basis of them being black. I'm sure maybe like
just think about that. Just think about that.
No, please. I also did not support Hillary Clinton in 2016. I supported Senator Sanders, and that was not because she was a woman.
That's two white people.
No. But
that's two white people. What are you talking about?
Because there were a bunch of fucking women that were complaining that how come Bernie's doing better with younger women?
That's two white people. What are you talking about?
But you could pull the same sort of analysis of why aren't you supporting a female candidate over a male candidate?
No,
when I have consistently supported a bunch of white male candidates, yeah. I supported Jessica Cisneros, but like that, she's not a black woman, but she was a brown woman.
I just see this thing, and I follow a lot of leftists on YouTube, everything from yourself to Majority Report, and I see this disdain for black politicians. I don't know what it is. I just see it.
I have disdain for certain black politicians. I don't disagree, but not black politicians as a whole. You think that I come off like somebody who's a big fan of Clyburn or Condoleezza Rice? I don't like these people.
No, but who? Okay.
But it's not because they're black that I don't like them. I don't like Clarence Thomas, but it's not because he's black. In fact, one of the reasons why I hated Biden is because when I saw archival footage of how he fucking treated Anita Hill, I had a hard time reconciling that. I didn't like that.
Oh yeah, the Democrats they failed with that one because they should have never allowed Clarence Coon Thomas on the court. That was
God, you don't ever say that again. Yeah, I
mean raccoon, a raccoon. It's all good. Raccoon.
Okay. Don't say that again.
It's all good. But no, I mean, but my thing is the problem with. I think she's got a shot. I like Talarico too. I really do. I just feel like we've tried this before and it ain't never worked. No Democrat has ever tried to do, well, let's moneyball elections. Let's put our emphasis towards the people who actually vote for us instead of chasing after this mythical, call it the Dick Cheney strategy, like what Kamala Harris was doing with Lynn Cheney. That trash doesn't work.
I agree with you there. And on that note, I will say, you haven't heard it on other streams. This is the first time I ever blasted her for giving money to that podcast, but it's not on the basis that it's because she's giving money to a black podcast. I blasted her also for giving paying $100,000 to recreate the set of Call Her Daddy and go on Call Her Daddy. It's like a broad criticism. So can you at least concede to me, because you initially came in here saying that I was racist and that I don't want black people to be fucking paid for their labor? Well, that's not what I was saying.
When you said he should have did it for free, I was
I said you probably would have done it for free because you think Rogan got paid to have Trump on? Like maybe Joe Rogan is financially incentivized to have Trump on, or these people like Brian Tyler Cohen. I don't think they get paid to have these people on. They want to have this sort of talent on their show. That has what I was talking about has far more to do with online podcast and media industry standards, and not a race thing of me thinking that, yeah, black people ought to do work for free. Why'd you think I was fucking saying that? It's so uncharitable.
Well, wait. And then you said, and this is something I did say in the comments, you were saying she should have tried other ways to reach those voters. And I'm like, well, dude has the highest rated black YouTube page, podcast, or on the social media they have rankings. He's the top. He's the top guy for black people. So I'm like, why wouldn't she spend money on the top black rated show?
Did she go on the Breakfast Club? I can't remember.
Yeah. She did.
What did that get her? Yeah, that got
But I won't even
591.
count. That's black. I won't
views.
even count that as really black. That's black. The bosses are white, so I won't even count that.
Okay.
I won't count that. And I hate Charlemagne the God anyway. I hate that dude. Oh my God, I hate him.
I'm not a Charlemagne fan. My point is that they, like, in general, I'm critical of these online strategies because it's not that I don't think that they need to be spending money online. It's that I don't think that the consultant class who advises these campaigns on how to do their media ads online understands like how it works. So should she go on these shows? Yes. Should they spend money advertising to black voters, even though black voters already vote for them? Yes. Yes, they should, because taking voters for granted is a surefire way to lose them really, really quickly. So I don't disagree with you. The only thing that we're disagreeing on is, do you need to give $350,000 in media buys to this show?
Yes,
it's about it's a scale thing. It's not about like they shouldn't be paying people or nobody should be getting. It's not about that. It's about like how they spend the money.
Highest rated black show that talks about politics. Yes, you should. It's like before Tom Joyner went off the air, they should have gave money to his show when they talked about a show that actually talks about politics and news. You should put money to advertise on those black shows if you're going to reach black people. Because I look at the problem with because I agree with you, these consultants are terrible because they're not moneyballing this thing. Because why spend all this money trying to get this nebulous moderate white voter that doesn't exist,
they don't exist,
or doesn't vote for you? Whereas if you can spend your time and money on people who actually will come out to you. So I agree with you with the door knocking. I agree with you with the canvassing. I agree with you. And you should focus that on people who actually vote for you. And that is first, black people, second, Latinos, third, Asians, and then whatever's left over, you get to white people.
That is literally a Jasmine Crockett soundbite that you just rattled off, whether you knew it or not. But
and that's never been run before. You know that, right?
Yeah,
that's never been done
Truant
before.
poll has never been tried, as somebody in my chat said.
It's never been tried because everybody believes, and I think this is because if you're a white progressive, right, you're thinking, my Klan cousin, if I just talk to him about Medicare for all, he'll stop being a Klansman.
No, I don't. I definitely don't think that. I know what you're talking about, and it's. I know you're being facetious. I know. I realize that, but I'm telling you that I am arm in arm with you, fighting against that sort of attitude anytime I see it pop up because it's really, really stupid. It's really uninformed. I'll say that. It's really uninformed.
And this whole James Talarico, that's what I feel like the Democrats are falling trapped to. They're thinking he's a safe white guy who loves Jesus.
Yeah, because like you, they realize how fucking racist Texas is. And they are scared, not because they don't think black people can do it or whatever. They're scared of how racist those white voters on the other side are. And they don't want to see a bunch of people mobilized against Jasmine Crockett.
I know, but here's the deal. They're not going to vote for him anyway.
We'll see. This is what I'm saying. You got to be careful about overemphasizing how racist white people are, because the more you underscore that, the more the white establishment gets scared. And it's like, you're right. White people are really racist. We can't run black candidates. That's what they take away from what you're saying.
No, it should be the complete. No, my
it should be the opposite. But I'm telling you, what you're saying, it leads a lot of people to think that.
Well, then they're not taking the right. They're not using math because, again, the greatest Democratic politician in my lifetime only got 39% of the white vote, and that was back in 2012. Barack Hussein Obama. He's been the greatest politician in my lifetime, He only got 39%.
It carried him to a victory over Mitt Romney, a white Republican that, like, Dems, the consultancy class that we were just shitting on, they fucking love that type of Republican and the McCains of this world.
But do you understand what I'm saying? The greatest politician of all time only got 39%.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but we take away different. We clearly draw different inferences for what that means, and the prescriptions that follow from it.
All right, what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. There's some books I want you to read. They're great books. Dying of Whiteness. Okay.
Okay.
When affirmative action was white. Those two books will give you some history and give you some clarity of what's going on now. And then I know you don't like this guy. I think you think he's a joke, but I'm gonna check this book out for myself. His book is called White Fear. And his book is this. He's saying that basically the demographic shifts.
The browning of America. I'm so skeptical of people that talk like this.
What do you mean?
Because the argument's demographics is destiny, right? As the
No.
That's not his argument that I'm more open to it. Because if it's going to be that, I'm going to say it right now. I'm closed off to it.
His argument is because of the demographic shifts, this is causing white folks to act crazy, and that's how we ended up with Trump.
Okay. And you're not gonna? Do you have one last recommendation from like Dr. Umar or something else that I need to hear?
No. And you got to understand that, and that's what's happening across the West. Because in our lifetime, did you know this? I'm gonna give you a little tidbit. In our lifetime, the way the demographics are shaping worldwide, either 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 people on this planet are going to be African.
So I've heard.
So that's why all these people are acting a damn fool. Like Elon Musk is always talking about. That's why. They're thinking we're going to do to them what they did to us, and which is not going to happen. But that's what they believe.
Well, he's African himself, you know. I'm kidding. All right. Do you have anything to shout yourself out before you say goodbye?
No, this was a good talk. I'm glad to bounce some ideas because I believe my history and from what I've been observed. Oh, read the 1619 Project.
I've read the 1619 Project, and and I implore you to read some of the criticisms of the 1619 Project.
Okay, give me one criticism of it.
It had to do with the way that they ended up adjusting the final language of that because it was too strong of a historical claim to insinuate that and I realize it's more of a philosophical argument that this is when the founding of America should be understood, but I will find the specific criticism that I found and send it to you on Discord. Okay.
Well, we'll continue because I would like to believe in people like you that it's just class that
I'm not just class.
That white people will, if you can convince them that they'll actually change their minds and we can get Sweden in the United States. I hope you and Bernie Sanders and a lot of you lefties, I hope you guys are right. I want to live that way. I don't want to have to wait till demographics get to a certain point and then we can get change. I don't want to have to wait that long. I don't want to do that. I want people to vote.
You want abundance now.
Much? Well, not the, Yeah,
I say that tongue in cheek. I'm not a huge fan of the abundance agenda. I say that tongue in cheek. But I've had a couple of callers come in and they end on that note. And I usually don't really believe in this whole, we basically all agree on the same things. We just disagree on how to get there. But in a few instances, I think that at least one of those shared desires is, yes, for everybody to have, safety, security, personal prosperity, wealth, their basic needs met, healthcare, etc. So, all right. Thank you so much for coming on. Have a good one.
All right. You too. Bye.
Bye. Oh boy. How are we doing? How are we doing Twitch chat? How are we doing YouTube chat? I haven't even gotten to the Erika Kirk town hall thing that might have to happen tomorrow. But we're going to go back to this Piers Morgan panel, okay? Did you guys like him? It's an interesting perspective. Also, there were some people being like, he's incredibly racist. He's incredibly racist. You will not... It's an unsophisticated takeaway to think that racism is like what's motivating this guy. I realize that sounds crazy based off some of the things that you guys just heard, but I promise you, it's funnily enough, like that kind of maps on to something that's in one of those books that I cited, Racism Without Racists by sociologist Edward Bonilla Silva, who talks about this. And when they interviewed black people that responded to their surveys and white people, they actually found that there is a negligible amount of racism between like white people and black people. The difference is that white people couch their racism in different ways because they understand their ranking on the racial what is referred to as the racial totem pole within America, and that because they're at the top, they have more to lose. Whereas black people tend to be more outspoken, more straightforward. Like that guy was more blunt with how they understand race in this country, because not only are they at the bottom of the social strata and the racial totem pole, but they have like nothing to lose because of that. So they can speak more frankly about these things. They impact them in ways that are more perceptible to them, to black people and non-white people. That they sound really fucking racist at times, but I promise you it's a bit more complicated than that. You handled the caller with grace and intellect. Impressive. I like to hear that. Thank you. I enjoyed the perspective. I understand what he was going for. I don't think he knew the X has never been tried. I think you might be right about that. But he said he listens to Majority Report, so I have a hard time believing that I've never heard that joke on Majority Report before, but, could be wrong. Okay. Piers Morgan. Let's get back to it.
To start with, before this blew up, and that's this appalling terror attack in Sydney on Bondi Beach. Emily, let me start with you on this. It's got to be a scary time to be Jewish right now. Let's park to one side, and other members of the panel won't want to do this, but let's park the war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas to one side for a moment. There are 15 million Jews in the world, and when you see the rising volume of attacks on Jewish people because they're Jewish, this has got to be a scary time, and I think that should be recognized. What do you feel? It's a very familiar story when it comes to debt.
Oh my God, Piers, I don't want to hear your stories. I want to hear about what is it? That every Jewish person is in peril, Holocaust 2 coming? What?
It's pdsdebt.com/Piers.
First and foremost, I feel privileged as an American. That maybe call me ignorant, call me naive. I just still feel very safe as a Jew under Trump's administration. I don't have that privilege overseas. I'm very aware of my surroundings when I travel. Australia is a place of no travel for me because of the failure that we witnessed take fold yesterday. I feel like this could have been prevented. I feel that it was warned multiple times by multiple people. They begged the government at that point to do the one job they're supposed to do.
Also, keep in mind, I can't remember where it was, but she was introduced as like as somebody who weighs in on Middle Eastern politics. What do you think her qualifications are for that? She's Israeli, okay?
Which is to protect
that's literally where her expertise starts and ends as far as what qualifies her to come on for Middle Eastern analysis and commentary. So she is not coming at it strictly from the perspective as somebody who is an American Jew who has only ever lived here. She has lived in the Middle East as well.
Citizens. But yeah, the rise of anti-Semitism, and you mentioned to park the war in Gaza. For a moment, let's park that for this whole conversation, because I don't care what you think of that war. There is no justification. There's no reason for mowing down Jews, gunning down Jews, murdering Jews at all because you don't agree with the war. Because you have to remember, there are people who have the opposing view from you on that war, and the violence is a two-way street. But it seems like the bullets, when it comes to persecution, really only go towards the Jews in this case, and I'd like to see all of the bullets stop as a whole. But what happened in Australia was so...
Not towards Palestinians, of course.
easily preventable. And it's so sad, Piers, that we cannot even celebrate Hanukkah without spending tens of thousands of dollars on security because we are scared that there's going to be someone who's likely an immigrant from another country gunning down
what
Jews.
are you talking about? Jewish people in this country, as we speak right now, are celebrating Hanukkah, and they do not have the money for tens of thousands of dollars of a security detail.
So the last point I'll make before we open it to the panel is Australia's biggest failure was the mass immigration from countries and the failure to vet them, because I'm not against immigration. I think immigrants contribute a lot to every society. But I just found out that the shooters were previously investigated for ties to ISIS. How about this? The fact that you needed to prompt the investigation was enough to turn them away as immigrants. But nope, they welcomed them. You saw on October 8th the protests that they did in Sydney and all over Melbourne. October 8th, Piers, Israel had not retaliated yet, chanting globalize the intifada, death to the, whatever they were cheering, it doesn't even matter. They were calling for violence. And anyone who supports that should be a litmus test as to where your country stands in its safety.
Okay, Cenk, let me bring you in here. This is complicated by one fact, but it's a salient fact to the whole debate about the narrative that many...
Wait, why is Jillian Michaels there? Isn't she a physical trainer? What's her credentials? She doesn't even have the credentials for that, but I can see that you're a first-time chatter. She is there because she's a media personality turned, like you said, physical trainer. She was like the host of The Biggest Loser, which was like this big show, like, you know, reality TV show about, you know, people losing weight or whatever. And she's somehow made a pivot into politics for whatever godforsaken reason. She literally has no credentials or anything special.
We have.
Other than name recognition, really.
Which is that, you know, the creeping Islamification, if you like, of the West has been the major problem here, that there are way too many Muslims living in Western countries with a different culture, that many are prone to violence, and that's what we've seen here. But the guy that saved so many lives, Ahmed al-Ahmed, turned out himself to be a Muslim immigrant from Syria. So by the yardstick of keep them all out, you would also have to keep out the guy who saved many lives and has become not just a national hero in Australia, where he's been a citizen since 2006, I think.
Main host of Her Take Greatest Pod of All Time, former main host.
But has become a global hero. I mean, several $1 million already been raised in a GoFundMe for him, including people like Bill Ackman, leading Jewish figures in the United States. So this is a complex story because it's not easily dismissed as the way many would like it to be, which is you've got two obviously radicalized extremists, a father and son, who the father had legally 6 firearms, was a member of a hunting club. Australia, for those who don't know, had a terrible mass shooting back in the mid-90s in Hobart and Tasmania. 35 people were killed. As a result, they did some of the most draconian new gun laws anywhere in the world, and it had a dramatic effect on reducing gun violence in Australia. They also had nearly 1 million guns handed back in to the government under a buyback program that was very successful. So this has been a real shock to the system in Australia because they're simply, rather like my country, not used to gun violence. You know, there is 580 times, I know this because Emily asked me about this statistic in relation to guns on X earlier when we were talking about this. Because I don't think you can ignore the gun part either. And I said, look, the bottom line is, you know, Australia's a population of 27 million, America 340 million, but the amount of gun violence in America proportionate to Australia is 580 times worse. 18,000 murders in 2023 in Australia in the same year-long period from June 23 to June 24, 31 gun murders. It's not even, there's no comparison to be made that makes any sense. So my point, I think, Cenk, is if you come from a school of you've got to kick all the Muslims out, then you've got to kick out Ahmed al-Ahmed when he tries to come in from Syria, yet he's the national hero here. And so it's not as simple as that. There are many good Muslims. There are bad radicalized Muslims. You can take the same yardstick to every other religion, right? So this is my problem. And I think Emily and I, we agreed on something you posted earlier. I'm sorry, Cenk, for the...
I mean, like, how will they explain this? Truly, how will they explain that, like, yeah, the man who stopped this in this instance was also like a Muslim man? What are they going to say? More vetting?
Rant here, but I do think it was really important. Emily recognized that it's always wrong in these situations to just blame a religion. It's just wrong. Whatever that religion is, you can't blame 1 billion people for the actions of 2 ISIS radicalized nut jobs on a beach in Sydney. Over to you, Cenk.
Yeah. So there are two different issues here. The issue of violence is the relatively straightforward one. So everyone should condemn to violence. Everyone should condemn violent extremists. So I don't know anyone who hasn't, and they'd be monsters if they didn't. So those poor victims there, the 15
But would Cenk follow his rules still and sit down and get a beer with them?
people who were killed and the others that were injured, and everyone who was traumatized by it, they didn't deserve that at all. They had nothing to do with any government policy. They were just innocent human beings. So now, if you know, our position has been very consistent for nonviolence and against killing on both sides. Now, the second issue is propaganda. So when any Muslim extremist that's two guys out of 1.6 billion people do it, there is a concerted effort by some, and yes, including Israelis, to say it's all Muslims, it's all Muslims, it's all Muslims. You should hate them. You should kick them out of your countries. They all think this way. And honestly,
I love when Cenk just comes out and says that. He's like, yeah, it's Israelis.
Guys out of 1.6 billion people do it. There is a concerted effort by some, and yes, including Israelis, to say it's all Muslims, it's all Muslims, it's all
Okay, to be fair to him, he said including Israelis. I thought he said, and yes, it's Israelis or whatever. He said that includes Israelis.
Muslims. You should hate them. You should kick them out of your countries. They all think this way.
Lasso, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. You've been on a 6-month streak. And I should have done a call to action after I had that call. That if you guys enjoyed it, to please give subs throughout the chat or consider subscribing yourself. That way you can have an ad-free experience as well as access to cute emotes. You can also super chat if you're in YouTube chat, and I will read it out or answer whatever question or describe the super sticker that you send in.
And honestly, that kind of propaganda is disgusting. And if we did it to the other side, which we would never, and we said things like it's...
Did that chatter pay you for his experience? We're talking in DM his appearance. We're talking in DMs right now, and the check's gonna come in the mail. Don't worry.
All the Jews, that would be horrific, right? No one would tolerate that. But when the other side does it, and if you don't think they do it, just go on social media. There are thousands, maybe millions of comments. And yes, about 3 months ago, all of the Israel First pundits started changing, and they literally said, I tweeted about it. One of their influencers was like, it's hard to get the Americans to like Israel. There really is no reason to like Israel and support Israel. But it is easier to get them to hate Muslims. So we should do a propaganda. Now, she didn't say propaganda, to be fair, but she said we should do a campaign to highlight how much Muslims are bad. And now when we talk about violence, we ask for the same kind of decency. Can we not kill 70,000 people in Gaza, 20,000 kids? But the Israelis say, no, we're allowed to kill 20,000 kids. And no one should be able to condemn that. But you have to, but every Muslim on planet Earth have to condemn these lunatics as if these lunatics represent us. There's also lunatics in every religion and every race, and we lock them up because they're violent and we can't stand violence. And by the way, last thing, if you're on the left and you're part of the peace movement, our whole ethos is nonviolence. So if you do violence, you betray us all. It is immoral, it is unintelligent, it is deeply counterproductive, and it is used by our enemies to further discriminate against Muslims, Arabs, Palestinians, etc. So it is the single worst thing you could do, but mainly, obviously, because of the deep immorality of killing innocent people.
Okay, Jillian,
Cenk, I think it's very immoral that you...
I cannot believe that Cenk was able to speak that long on this particular show and nobody interrupted him. He's not saying anything particularly offensive or controversial. I just really thought that somebody was going to jump in after he said the thing about including Israelis.
Couldn't just take one conversation about a shooting in Australia without...
Cenk should sneak bring in Anna the next time he's on a panel with Jillian, kind of for a Crowder and Sam Cedar moment. What makes you think that Anna's going to be adversarial between Jillian Michaels? I mean, maybe because Jillian's on there, but with this woman who's now her fucking temporary co-host, or at least rotating co-host or whatever, I don't see her being able to pull a Sammy Cedar.
Comparing it to a war in Gaza, there's a difference between celebrating a religious holiday on the beach and, thank God, Hamas losing a very nasty war in the Middle East. But if you want to start equivocating...
Any of the Trump vernacular, I mean, this person who's, again, obviously a Trump dick rider, when she says very nasty, you just think of, the way that Donald Trump would say it.
Middle Eastern violence.
There is a difference.
So
70,000 more dead.
Practice,
so you celebrate 70,000 dead? No, I find you deeply immoral. I've always found you immoral because you think that Palestinian Muslim lives don't matter.
You said,
you're a sick person.
You said You said every Israeli says it's all the Muslims. Let me just correct one fact for you. Every
Not
time
every
an Israeli is
Every
killed in
pro-Israeli
Israel,
pundit
it
like
is
you.
at the hands of a Muslim. And nonetheless, I still don't blame the entire religion as
Wow, that's a new piece of information just dropped. Did you guys know that every single time, there's never been a murder in Israel that was between two Israeli Jews or anything like that? It's always been a Muslim, according to this woman, who you should definitely trust.
whole. But that's just the fact of the matter in Israel. So for once in your life, if you could just focus on the victims without jealous of what exactly? Jealous of what? We all have our problems.
I said
but for
generous.
5 minutes of your life,
You're so generous for not hating every single Muslim. You just are in favor of murdering 70,000 in Gaza and stealing their land.
All right, let me bring in. Call a spade a spade. All right, you don't have to compare everything to the war in Gaza.
Do you mourn the 20,000 dead kids? Simple question. Simple question. Do you mourn the dead 20,000
every single child that
Palestinian
dies
kids?
is a disaster. I
So
do.
why are you celebrating?
That's like a Freudian slip if I ever fucking heard it. Every single child that dies is a disaster. We know you think that.
Israel.
We know that's what you think of Palestinian kids, lady.
I said I am celebrating
Israel is wrong.
Let me
Israel
tell you,
is
Cenk,
brutal
if Israel
terrorist
had
killers.
lost the war, there
Israel
would
is
be a
wrong.
genocide of
Say
the
it.
Jewish people as a whole. I'm happy Israel's
No,
winning this
there
war.
is no genocide of the
20,000
Israelis.
kids
There's
are
only a
dead.
genocide of the
Again, it's still
Palestinians,
Hamas's
and you won't
fault.
condemn it.
You
Condemn
can
the genocide.
tattoo it on
Are
your
you condemning
forehead.
Israel for
It's
murdering
Hamas's fault that
20,000
all
kids?
these children are dead.
All right,
And
hang on,
nonetheless,
Are you condemning Israel for murdering
We've got three other
20,000
panelists.
No, I'm
kids?
We have three
condemning
other
Hamas for
panelists.
starting the war.
Guys.
I'm
Of course
condemning
not.
Hamas
Yes,
for
of
starting the
course
war.
I think we can be crystal clear on the genocide point. There's no doubt that Hamas would
There's
love
no
to be
genocide.
Hamas
Hamas
be
would do
genocidal.
genocide.
They talk in a genocidal
Correct.
language. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Gillian, let me bring you in here.
Wait.
Crystal clear on the genocide point. There's no doubt that Hamas would
There's
love
no
to be
genocide.
Hamas
Hamas
be
would do
genocidal.
genocide.
They talk in a genocidal
Oh my
language.
God.
I don't think there's much doubt about that. Gillian,
That's what he has to say after what she just fucking said. Let's not talk about the current ongoing genocide. No, let's talk about the hypothetical genocide that could potentially happen if Israel didn't do this genocide, I suppose.
Let me bring you in here. All right, so we're right into
Israel's
this.
actually doing a genocide. Actually doing it. Not a
In your
theoretical
mind,
one.
Cenk,
Not a
move on.
hypothetical
And
one.
Hamas killed
No, I'm not moving on
Hamas
from
killed as
murder.
I
many
didn't fucking pre-watch this. I mean, it's just the most obvious follow-up of all fucking time.
20,000
Israelis.
kids.
Hamas killed as many Israelis
Good.
as they could
Blame
possibly
Hamas.
kill on October the 7th in a genocidal rampage. So let's not compare genocide with genocide. I want to bring in Gillian.
Israel's civilian kill ratio is worse than Hamas.
All right,
They're
let me
a bigger
bring in-
terrorist
It wouldn't
group than
kill you to
Hamas.
just
Let me
mourn
bring
the
in
damn
Gillian,
victims
please.
and not bring up
Let me bring in
Gaza.
Gillian, please. Gillian, you've been waiting very patiently. Thank you. Look, let's focus back for a moment.
Yes,
because
please. I really need to hear Jillian Michaels' commentary on this.
I'm going to read a book.
There
while
were
y'all argue.
many attacks going on Jewish people before October the 7th. All right, so let's be clear about that. This has been
Future tense genocide is an excuse for present day genocide. 100%. I mean, Piers is a shit stirrer, but he knows exactly what he's fucking doing.
a rising problem of anti-Semitism across the
And in a
world.
more just world, he would be tried at the fucking Hague for spreading genocide propaganda, but not the world we live in.
And there are not many Jewish people in the world. There are 1.6 billion Muslims. There are 15 million Jews, right? Let's just put the numbers on the table, okay? And like I said to Emily, it must be a scary time to be a Jewish person right now when even celebrating Hanukkah on a beach in Sydney, I've been to that beach, Bondi Beach. It's one of the most fun, positive, entertaining places to be anywhere in the world. The sun always shines, the families always play. And then suddenly utter carnage with a father and son dressed like paramilitaries, just using shotguns to cold-bloodedly murder a Holocaust survivor, a 10-year-old girl, and so on. So let's just start by calling out how despicable this was on every level, and yet how typical of ISIS and groups like it, the radicalized Islamist extremists who've been doing this for a long time.
Has it even been determined that this person of this Bondi shooting is like affiliated with ISIS? Hold on. Thought they were still investigating that. Like the last thing that I read was that the Australian governor was like even declining to say where he's from. Okay, so now they're saying it, but were they saying that this time? This was 11 hours ago. Sydney gunmen were motivated by ISIS, Australia Prime Minister says. Gunmen behind the mass shooting at a Jewish celebration in Sydney on Sunday were motivated by Islamic State ideology, Australia's Prime Minister said on Tuesday. But I don't care that the Prime Minister said, what is the underlying evidence for this claim? Found a flag in their car? Because, like, Piers will do this. He did this with the Charlie Kirk thing as well, which is that the governor was saying a certain thing, like as far as like the motives for the shooter or something like that, like speculating, but they were not actually analyzing the underlying evidence for that claim, which was weak. I can't remember what the specific thing was that the governor said, but it was something that Piers kept reporting as like repeating as like, oh, but the governor said this, but the governor said that. And it's like, what evidence did he have to be saying that? Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said the suspects appeared to have been radicalized by beliefs associated with the Islamic State militant group. Radical perversion of Islam is absolutely a problem, Mr. Albanese said at a news conference. Investigators said that the police had found 2 homemade Islamic State flags in the car that the suspects, a 50-year-old man and his 24-year-old son, drove to the site of Sunday's massacre. Police also recovered improvised explosive devices in the car, the authorities said. At the news conference, officials named the older gunman who was shot and killed at the scene as Sajid Akram. Police had not released the suspects' identities, even though the identities of Mr. Akram and his son, Naveed, had been widely reported by Australian media. Australian officials said Tuesday morning that both men had traveled to the Philippines last month and that the reasons for the trip were being investigated. The Philippine Bureau of Immigration said Sajid and Naveed Akram arrived in the country together on November 1st, reporting their final destination is Davao, a city considered the gateway to the south of the country. The southern Philippines, in particular, remains a center for Islamic State militant activity. They left the country on November 28th. The Bureau describes Sajid Akram as Indian national and Naveed as an Australian. Officials have not said Naveed is an Australian citizen, but have not provided details about his father's nationality. The father was a licensed holder of 6 firearms that were legally registered to him, according to the authorities. The younger man was injured and remains in a coma. Officials previously said the son had come to the authorities' attention in 2019, but that it was determined he did not pose an immediate threat. His father was also interviewed at the time, officials have said. The Australian news media, and like any time people, they look into this and they were like, oh, see, this could have been prevented. Why didn't he get picked up then or whatever? And like completely ignore that, like, if they don't have the evidence to convict somebody or they haven't done anything or they're not conspiring to, yes, they're supposed to let them go free, obviously. Officials previously said the son had, The Australian news media has reported, citing unnamed police sources, that the 2019 investigation was over Naveed Akram's links to Isaac El-Matari, a self-proclaimed Islamic State commandeer based in Sydney who was convicted of plotting a terrorist attack. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison in 2021. Here's what else to know. Gun laws. Mr. Albanese vowed on Monday to toughen Australia's already strict gun laws. This doesn't end your career in Australia. This actually helps it. I know Americans can't relate to that. The country essentially banned assault rifles and many other semi-automatic weapons, as well as shotguns, after 35 people were killed in a 1996 shooting. Anti-Semitism. Mr. Albanese's government is facing criticism that his government did not do enough to address increasing violence against Jewish institutions and businesses in the country before Sunday's attack. He defended his record. Panicked moments. The shooting targeted an annual beachside Hanukkah celebration on Sydney's Bondi Beach. Panic took hold as people there realized what was happening.
Long time. For the last 20 years, they've been doing this stuff. And it's a horrible throwback to that. So yes, we can talk about the war, and it's not irrelevant, but I do think we need to put this in some perspective, which is these kind of attacks on Jewish people were going on way before the war started.
Can I address a few of the things that you said previously?
Yeah.
I don't think the alarm is about Muslims migrating to America. I think the alarm is about assimilation. I don't think that these 2 individuals in Bondi represent what I've been told is actually 2 billion Muslims. But when I talk to people, and I've
Who told you that, Ben Shapiro?
Really been trying to understand and explore this issue, whether it's Gad Saad or it's Patrick Bet-David. When I talk to people, they'll tell you,
oh my God, yeah, Gad Saad and PBD, the brilliant minds of our times. That's who Jillian Michaels talks to and informs herself of.
Let's say 90%. And I've looked at Pew Research, I've looked at the Global Terror Database. That's a conservative number, right? 90% of Muslims are peaceful and lovely and amazing. But if 10% wants to bring down the West, you're looking at a heck of a lot of people. You're looking at like 200 million people.
Oh my God, this is literally the same. Hold on. I said Ben Shapiro, but like Muslims radicalized. Look, the myth of the tiny radical Muslim minority. We're going to listen to a little bit of this and see if you find any similarities between the shit that Jillian just said and this.
Hey, I'm Ben Shapiro with Reality Check. A couple of weeks ago, HBO's Bill Maher got into it with the Islamic expert and horrifyingly mediocre actor who should never, ever, 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 ever play Batman, Ben Affleck, over whether Islam was indeed a violent religion. Here's the exchange.
And you're painting the whole religion with that. No, let's get down to who has the right answer here. 1 billion people, you say. All these billion people don't hold any of these...
1.5 or something.
Don't hold these pernicious beliefs?
No,
I wouldn't...
Well, they don't.
Of course, he's not alone in taking the PC position that Muslims the world over are tolerant and liberal. He's joined by our president, Barack Obama.
Islam teaches peace. Muslims the world over aspire to live with dignity and a sense of justice.
Wow, it's just like John Lennon.
Dude, I know he's not coming for Obama saying that when your boy said the same shit.
Good evening. We thank the many Muslim nations who stand with us against terror. Nations that are often victims of terror themselves. Tonight's iftar also sends a message to all Americans. Our nation is waging a war on a radical network of terrorists, not on a religion and not on a civilization. As we wage this war to defend our principles, we must live up to those principles ourselves. And one of the deepest commitments of America is tolerance. No one should be treated unkindly because of the color of their skin or the content of their creed. No one should be unfairly judged by appearance or ethnic background or religious faith.
I don't remember him being this fluent. I mean, he sounds like a fucking Rhodes Scholar compared to Donald Trump, but like, it was like literally basically the same fucking message that Obama said. Look, the Bush Islam is the religion of peace compilation.
I also want to speak tonight directly to Muslims throughout the world. We respect your faith. It's practiced freely by many millions of Americans, and by millions more in countries that America counts as friends. Its teachings are good and peaceful, and those who commit evil in the name of Allah blaspheme the name of Allah. Our war is against evil, not against Islam. There are thousands of Muslims who proudly call themselves Americans. And they know what I know, that the Muslim faith is based upon peace and love and compassion. The exact opposite of
this radical. Yeah, this is crazy stuff to hear.
The teachings of the Al-Qaeda organization, which is based upon evil and hate and destruction. Both Americans, our Muslim friends and citizens, tax-paying citizens, and Muslims in nations, were just appalled and could not believe what we saw on our TV screens. These acts of violence against innocents violate the fundamental tenets of the Islamic faith.
The way he says Allah sends me. Now watch this drive. Okay, before we do too much more, the George Bush fan cam, that's not what this is about. It's just to point out that Ben Shapiro is a fucking moron trying to act like Obama is saying something controversial for an American president when he's not.
Imagine. He's joined by our president, Barack Obama.
Islam teaches peace. Muslims the world over aspire to live with dignity and a sense of justice.
Wow, it's just like John Lennon's Imagine. Now, the question isn't whether Islam itself is violent. It's what its adherents believe, because that's what they act upon. There's plenty of violent material in the Old and New Testaments. Hey, I'm an Orthodox Jew. I read the Old Testament a lot. But believers in those particular texts are not currently ramming airliners into towers or beheading journalists or mutilating female genitalia. So, let's examine the question. Is radicalism in the Muslim world a tiny minority phenomenon? So to answer that question, we need to define our terms. We're really not talking about people who are active terrorists. Radical beliefs are a lot broader than terrorists, and anybody who argues otherwise is being naive or foolish or disingenuous. But terrorists draw their moral, financial, and religious support from those who are not terrorists themselves. So, who are the radicals? Ben Affleck actually was right on this. There are approximately 1.6 billion Muslims on the planet, and they're from 49 different countries in terms of where they have a majority. All the population stats, by the way, are from Pew Research as of 2011. Indonesia is the world's most populous Muslim country. It's got almost...
Yeah, Bush said thousands, but it was like there's like way more Muslims in the United States than what he was saying. So weird to say, can't we go back to Bush instead of dealing with MAGA? Ugh, it's that bad. I mean, I'm not going so far as to say that. Even I would prefer Bush over Donald Trump, but that is not saying much.
205 million Muslims living there. According to one 2009 poll, it showed almost 50% of Indonesians actually support strict Sharia law, not just in Indonesia, but in a lot of countries. And 70% blamed the United States, Israel, or somebody else for 9/11. So you make that calculation, it's about 143 million people who are radicalized. You scared yet? We're just getting started. Okay, Egypt, 80 million Muslims. According to that same 2009 poll, it showed that 65% want strict Sharia law in every Islamic country, and almost 70% said that they had positive or mixed feelings about bin Laden. So that's 55.2 million more radicals. Pakistan has almost 179 million Muslims. 76%, just over 3/4, want strict Sharia law in all Islamic countries. That is another 135.4 million radicals. Bangladesh, not a country you tend to think of as Muslim, but there are 149 million Muslims living there. As of 2013, just over a quarter said suicide bombings or targeting of civilians was sometimes justified. Another 82% want Sharia to be the official law of the country, and 2/3 said honor killings of women can sometimes be justified. Honor killings, 2/3. It's 121.9 million radicals. Nigeria, 75.
Like, I don't know where he's getting this polling from, but he'll include them giving like these wishy-washy answers. Like, I have no idea what question preceded it, what came after, what the context was, if they were given a scenario, what was the sample size, were these men, were these women, was this a like no information. But regardless of what anything that they said that was slightly in the affirmative, he like throws it into the camp of like they're radicalized or whatever. And it's just not, you just don't see this like borne out in any significant data. As far as like who is responsible for the majority of domestic terrorism in these countries.
5.7 million Muslims live there.
In Western countries, I should say. And even like, oh. But like, that's this sort of like, you know, analysis that Jillian Michaels is giving is like literally a Ben Shapiro video from 5 years ago. That's a tier of discourse we're operating off of.
People. So what do you do about that? And yes, there are amazing heroes like the man who tried to stop them. But guys, when you look at the fact that there have been 64,000 terror attacks since 9/11 that were committed by radical Islam, 243,000 people died in those terror attacks. And you're saying all religions, I mean, not really. Not really. I've started to read the Quran, and there's a duality there, unquestionably, but there's
no way that video is much older. Actually, yeah, this video is older. I think this was uploaded in 2020, but I don't think it was like when they made the video. Yeah, 11 years ago. Sorry, that's like 10 years. As soon as I said that, I was like, actually, he looks a little bit young for just 5 years ago.
A lot in there about, you know, kill and subjugate the infidels. So, Cenk, you're a good faith actor. I think.
Have you ever read the Old Testament?
I'm being honest with you.
Have you ever read the Old Testament? It's about slaughtering all the other tribes. And in fact, Netanyahu quotes it and says, do like we did to the Amalekites, kill their women and children. There are sick religious fundamentalists, and unfortunately, they're Jewish settlers and the Israeli government. They're the sickest extremists in religion on the whole planet.
And I understand you.
Zero terrorist attacks by Zionists as Israel is conducting a genocide. Zero terrorist attacks by Zionists. She just said that.
I understand Gaza, okay? And I see both sides of that, absolutely. And you've made great points to me, and I've listened to you, and I've changed my position on how I feel that the Israeli government has behaved over there. But what I'm trying to tell...
What have you changed your mind on, Jillian? And what do you mean, I know about Gaza or whatever? Do we just not count that, or how does that work?
I'll tell you simply is that when people are Islamophobic, as I've explored this, I do think they are, and what I think they're afraid of is an ideology that is not in alignment with the West. And it's not the vast majority of Muslims. But when it's, let's say, 10%, it's still a lot of people. These are statistics.
Okay, let me bring in Mujahid. Hang on.
That's an outrageous number.
Let me bring in Mujahid to respond. Let me bring in Mujahid to respond to that. Mujahid.
All right.
Ahmed al-Ahmed is a 43-year-old Muslim fruit vendor who, unarmed, decided to bum rush one of the terrorists, disarmed him, took the gun, while he was being shot at, was shot twice. I didn't realize this at first when I saw that amazing video, but then I later saw that he was shot twice. He held off the other shooter, and he saved lives. In Germany, in March, there was a deranged Saudi national who, by the way, became radicalized by AfD and this type of white nationalism.
I want them to stop showing this.
And ended up hating Islam. He rammed a truck in a terrorist attack through a crowd. You know who stopped him? A Pakistani Muslim cab driver in Germany stopped him. When there was an attack on Jews in France a couple of years ago, there was an African black immigrant who protected them. This is the story of an individual who decided to lean into empathy and decency and compassion and squared off against two individuals who were radicalized, we don't know how, and saw Jews as the target through their dehumanization. There are 1.7 billion Muslim people on Earth. Jillian's talking points are from 2001, which is why I yawn. The DeLorean right now is in.
Even old. Okay, he says. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're from 2001. I mean, I know what he's talking about, like post 9/11, and probably it was a lot of the same shit. But like the specific way where, like the specific place that I'm positive she's lifted those talking points from, even though obviously they precede the video from just 11 years ago, I swear to God, it is from that video. I would stake my life on it.
2025. Listen, I've been in this for a long time, Jill. I know you're just discovering this. Congratulations.
I think I've also.
Let me just finish.
Okay,
I let you say a lot of hateful, stupid, reckless things about Muslim Islam. I sat there.
Would you like to say one? That's 20 million people.
Jillian, you are
you still
by
have
your own
16
admission.
dead,
You by your own admission are a white nationalist. You by your own admission, that's what you are, a white nationalist. You admitted it.
I'm a white nationalist. You know I'm Arab, right?
The number
I'm
one
Syrian and Lebanese and Turkish.
Okay,
and
you're the
so
one who
just
said it.
to be
I didn't say it.
clear,
That's why I was shocked. Jill,
when did I say I was a white nationalist?
You're not a white nationalist?
When was that?
There was a wasn't there
no.
a clip that saying you were a white nationalist? You're not a white nationalist.
No.
Okay, interesting. Interesting to know. All right.
Where's the clip? Wait, what is he talking about? I want this tea on Jillian. I mean, she defended slavery, she downplayed slavery. Let's be precise with our terms here. She downplayed slavery. Who could ever get the impression that this woman was, a white nationalist?
But then I said I was a white nationalist.
I'm under the mistaken impression. I thought you were a white nationalist. I'm glad you're not. But let me just finish.
I think she's a racist. And I think if you're going along with the MAGA agenda, which Jillian Michaels largely does, you are effectively supporting a white nationalist agenda, whether you consciously identify yourself that way or not.
2001, Piers, you and I on this
nationalist.
panel. You and I
How
on this panel.
How about a little
Piers.
homework, Wajahat? How about just a little?
All right, let's do homework. Since 2001, Piers, since 2001, you and me, we were against the war on terror. We said that the war on terror would be disastrous. We said that the war on terror, America's response to 19 foreign hijackers bringing down the two towers would be would cause immense chaos, dissension. What happened? America went to war with Iraq and Afghanistan off of terrible evidence, off of the same type of bullshit that Jillian's saying right now. If even 1% of Muslims, yada yada yada. What happened?
It's
over
all fact-based.
1 million
You want me to
Iraqis
cite the
were
resources?
Killed. Over
Where would
1
you like
million
me to
Iraqis were
start?
killed. Just Jillian, let me finish. Over 1 million Iraqis were killed. Afghans
Counterterrorism
were
discourse
killed and tortured,
intelligence estimate.
and it led to the radicalization
European
of ISIS.
Court of Human
it brought
Rights.
nothing but pain and
are
misery
you kidding?
and division. Muslims, Jews aren't going anywhere, folks. We're in this together. And what we have to realize is that there are hate mongers who seek to divide us right now, like Jillian, who want to bring up Islamophobia and anti-Semitism.
I'm not trying to divide us at all. Wajahat, you're the one actually who has tried to divide us. And your rant this
We have to make a future together. We have to call out the hate. We have to call out the white supremacy, the Islamic extremism, the Jewish supremacy.
How do you address?
We have to call out the terrorism. We have to call out
the people that want to destroy
Israel's
the West.
occupation. We have to call it Israel's occupation and genocide.
How do
and we
you
have to call out
address
Hamas
the percentage
and violent extremism.
of radical Islam that wants to destroy the West?
Let me bring in Roland.
Just tell me how to address that, Wajahat.
Let me bring in Roland.
Piers,
You don't have an answer, do you?
Piers, Jillian, I've had to sit here and listen to y'all go back and forth. Can I please make this point?
Please,
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Piers, last week I was in Montgomery, Alabama for the 7th anniversary of the Montgomery bus boycott. And there is a National Memorial for Peace and Justice and Legacy Museum there that documents, that commemorates the documented 4,400 lynchings in this country. And there were more that took place. As an African American, when I understand what it means when you have a people who have a bullseye on their back, who are being targeted. I understand that. And so it is absolutely shameful that you cannot be at a Hanukkah celebration and it gets interrupted by mass violence because of two evil individuals. But I'm saying two evil individuals for a reason. Because under the legitimate FBI leadership of Christopher Wray, they said that the greatest threat in America is white domestic terrorism. So when I listen to people...
correct. And a lot of these white boys, because that's primarily who it is, tend to be men of faith.
Senator Tommy Tuberville talk about, getting rid of all Muslims in this country.
Muslims.
As an African American, I then say, what about white Christians? Because when we look at violence in this country, mass shootings in this country, who typically commits them? And so I think anybody has to be very careful to not go down this path of, oh my God, all of them. When I, as an African American, who's also, Jillian, please allow me to finish. When I, as an African American, who's also a Christian, can
I love the way he shuts her down, though.
Literally look at the history of white Christians committing violence. And so what we cannot do is say, oh, it is the religion that's driving it, as opposed to it is these evil individuals. Piers, you properly talked about
these evildoers, you might say.
Guns. And how Australia, after that mass shooting, you said in the 90s, how they targeted. But the fact that they were successful should be a lesson to America. How about you also try that to deal with mass shootings in this country? And so it is wrong for us to go down this path of condemning an entire religion, condemning an entire group of people, whether they are Muslim, whether they are Jewish, whether they are Christian. What we have to recognize is there are evil people in this world, and our job is to root out evil and then how they impact people. But it's crazy to attack an entire religion.
Yeah, I agree.
Even this, it's like to take it down to just like evil or whatever. I'm going to assume I'm being charitable to him. That's like not where his analysis on like how to end domestic terrorism starts and ends. And it's not as intractable as like some people are just evil, shrug. You know, some people are just bad, because there are definite ways to predict the likelihood of these sorts of things. The issue is that, one, it can either include, unfortunately, mass surveillance, which nobody should be on board with, just to prevent these sorts of things. Or two, there are other socioeconomic factors that you could look at to identify like which particular communities and individuals are at high risk for this. But if you just want to say, oh, it's about evil, yeah, it's like, if he means it in the most literal sense or whatever, it almost sounds like he's saying that like, oh, it's like pathological. It's not something that you could ever like predict or, I don't know, like try to reverse.
All those people.
I agree.
Because you're always going to have evil people.
And look, Emily made the same point earlier because we were talking about it.
Senator Tommy Tuberville.
Yeah, but Emily,
Randy Fine.
Emily, here's the reality about
guys.
Here's the reality about United States, for example. You have roughly the same number of Jews and Muslims in the United States. It's about 4 or 5 million of each. Right? In the UK, by comparison, there are as many Muslims in the UK as there are in the whole of America, but there are only 250,000 Jews. There's a massively disproportionate scenario in my country, which is why I think Jews in the UK and in London in particular feel particularly threatened when they see these large marches every weekend with people often brazenly taunting the Jewish community, you know, or supporting Hamas or talking about a global intifada, whatever it may be.
Oh my God. Wait, what claims did you just make about people supporting Hamas?
And with people often brazenly in the UK and in London in particular feel particularly threatened when they see these large marches every weekend with people often brazenly taunting.
Trying to paint anti-genocide protesters and activists as pro-Hamas.
Community.
You know? The pro-Hamas rallies that are going on in the UK that just no one is talking about, you guys.
Or supporting Hamas or talking about a global intifada, whatever it may be. And we saw the same thing happening.
No one is addressing what Jillian said, that 1 or 10% of Muslims want to destroy the West, because it's one of the, like, literally what's asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. There's no serious point to engage with there. She just made a baseless assertion, never substantiated it.
In Australia, and I do think it's really incumbent on governments that they have to clamp down on this openly threatening stuff in the streets towards Jewish people.
Oh my God, this dude with the fucking ads.
I hate this whole narrative. Like, I don't view myself as a Jew, as a this, as a black, as a Muslim. That's all identity politics. I don't want to be looked at like the victim. Jews are not the victims. We're actually very.
Didn't she literally say earlier in this that she all? Am I crazy? If she's not said it in this interview, she has basically done the as an Israeli Jewish person before. Give me a break.
Successful, thriving demographic. Okay, if you want to be a victim, you're entitled to do so. I'm going to speak for myself.
Say I'm an African American, not a victim.
Roland,
I'm actually an African American.
Let us speak.
Good for you. Play the victim. Go ahead. I don't care.
You can actually see
that. Let her finish her point.
Oh my God, Roland, you're a victim. Are you happy? You're a victim. Great. So secondly, I actually never thought I would say this. It's hard to agree with Cenk and Wajahat when they utter so much BS, but they made really great points and I wrote them down. Cenk calls out the Old Testament for commanding to slaughter your enemies. That's why when anyone says the Quran or the word Muslim, I swap it with Torah or Jew. Argument failed, it doesn't work. The same way we're the chosen people argument doesn't work. So we need to get better arguments than that. You cannot say because the Quran says it, all Muslims are bad. If you feel that way, go to the UAE, go to Riyadh, go to Saudi Arabia, any place in Saudi Arabia, you will come home and you will understand that there is mainly like peaceful, secular, intelligent Muslims. And I know that wasn't your point, Jillian. You were not saying all Muslims are bad. You were saying there's vast.
She's saying, and some I assume are good people.
Majority are peaceful, amazing people. What I'm trying to explain
which is why I'm going to bring this point home. Jillian, I'm getting there. So to bring this point home, the point is good or bad, it doesn't matter. Take the religion out of it. I'm with Roland on this point. I could agree with everyone on this panel that we judge people by people. And it sounds so simple, right? But here's where we can take actionable measures to prevent this from happening again. This is an immigration problem, okay? I don't care if you're a Jew, a Christian, a Muslim, or an atheist. If you're coming to a country and you will not contribute / assimilate to the society, slap whatever religion you want onto it, that is the government's job to ensure that you will not come to this country and ruin it. If it happens to be Muslim, so be it. If that's a Jew, so be it. By the way, I'll point out, it's usually not the Jews that have the problem with assimilating.
But the problem,
So it literally just completely undid all of her fucking like throat clearing and disclaimers with that one thing of that. I just want to point out who's having an issue or whatever.
The problem
Nobody's going anywhere.
The problem with this is this. If you look at this father and son, for example, just the early reports coming out about them. The father had been there many years in Australia. He was a member of a shooting club. He seems to have assimilated perfectly fine, right? His son's in his mid-20s. His son had... Wait a minute. No, I missed the detail. Sorry, here's the reality. And the son had some dealings with some bad people, the government has phrased it. But not to the degree that cause them undue concern. Now, it may be in the proper investigation that now ensues that will be seen to be a mistake. It may also be that if that's viewed a mistake, to then allow his father to have 6 legally owned firearms in a country where that's very unusual was also a mistake. So there may well be an expose here of some serious failures of the process, because it seems on the face of it madness. If you've got the kid hanging out with some people who may be potentially radicalizing him, and you've got the father with 6 guns, that's not a good cocktail. But it doesn't change.
I agree. And Piers, you present your question also to the other panelists. You present it as 2 extremes. It's either, well, you could ban all the Muslims, but then you won't get Ahmed al-Ahmed, or why is it this or that?
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Because he's responding to the fucking rhetoric that's coming out of the fucking right. Not just in Australia, globally.
Not to be. I'm just saying to you. I'm saying to you that examining the assimilation of people is not as easy as it sounds, right? If it was, nobody would slip through the net.
Emily, you're speaking from both sides of your mouth. You talk about you want a middle, you say no one's going back, but you also are perfectly fine with blaming immigrants and sending them back. Listen, I have to defend immigrants here, all right? And let me use Emily's own logic, and let me use Jill's own logic. Number one domestic terror threat in America consistently, and this is a fact, has been radical right and white supremacist terrorism. That's a fact. We do not... And I have not, Roland hasn't, Cenk hasn't said, you know what, radicalize all white people.
But what statistics
Jillian, just let me finish, and then you could say it yourself.
Jillian, it came from the FBI director.
I'm not denying it. I'm just highly suspect of any stat that's going to indict or criticize white people.
I'm just curious.
Suddenly we care about sources.
FBI.
I believe that figure. I believe that figure. I'm going to check. I'm going to get that checked in real time. Hang on.
All right.
I'm going to check it in real time.
I'm asking
my understanding of that claim is that is true, but I will get it double checked while we're talking. I'll get it double checked. But my understanding is
she's just asking questions.
That is a true statement of fact.
Department of Justice
just removed it
from their website. But let Wajahat finish his point. Please don't all talk over each other. Wajahat.
Yeah. So let me just finish, Jillian, and then you can come in and interfere and do what you want. All right. Neither me, Cenk, or Roland has ever said, do onto white men what was done onto Muslims and black people and what's being done into Somalis. The racial profiling, the excessive demonization, kicking them all out, blaming all white people for the sins of white Christian nationalists or neo-Nazis or white supremacists, all right? The person who tried to assassinate Donald Trump, twice, 2 people did it, white men. The person who killed Charlie Kirk, allegedly a white man. The #1 identity of mass shooters in America. Want to take a guess?
Oh my God, the caller that I spoke to, I guess he's on this panel.
White men. #1 identity of child pedophiles.
You didn't even tell me.
White men. Ooh, I have never said kick out all white people, racially profile white people, dehumanize
No
white
one's
people.
saying that
What
to
you are
Muslims.
doing is saying, if it's a Muslim, let's engage in Islamophobia. Let's demonize them. Let's
That's
hate them.
not
Jillian,
what I'm
I know you're
saying,
new to this.
Wajahat.
This has been happening for
I said the
25 years.
exact
Wajahat, let me ask you.
Increase
I'm
in-
just saying millions of Muslims could bring down the fall of the West. That's all I was saying.
Wajahat, let me ask you a question.
Increase anti-Americanism.
Wajahat, let me ask you a question. Wait a minute. Wajahat, a serious question. There are a lot of Muslim extremists. You'd accept that?
Of course.
Okay.
And I've condemned it on
So
your
we don't.
show.
I don't know the exact number. You don't. Jillian doesn't, right? But
it's not even close when it comes to American terrorism. It's not even close.
The point she's making is comparison to the total number of Jews on the planet. There are 1.6 to 2 billion Muslims, right? You only need a small number of those to be radicalized, to be extremist, and you will start to see a lot of bad stuff
And
happening.
what I'm trying to say
And we've
is
seen a lot of bad stuff. So my question is, what do you? My question, Wajahat, for you is, what does the Muslim community do to root out these extremists in their midst?
Right.
Well, okay, I'm going to flip
an
it.
understanding.
No.
By the way, everything you said, any white person who's committed such an atrocity should obviously go to jail for the rest of their life.
What has Jillian done to root out white mass shooters in America? Jillian, what have you done to root out and de-radicalize the white men in your community who are responsible for the #1 mass shooting in this country?
I would condemn and call it out, and I would, if I was on a jury, I would absolutely
No, what have you done?
vote for them
What have you done?
to go to prison. I'm also not
If I had to, I would condemn it.
That
doing
is the perfect,
anything
and that is
to go after radical
the point.
Muslims.
Piers,
I'm trying
the
to
question,
condemn all violence and form some common ground with you here, where radicalism across the board should be condemned. But I think what you're not understanding is when people are concerned, they're concerned, as far as I can tell, about assimilation. And in all the conversations that I have had about this, they are worried, like, hey, if it's 2 radical Muslims and 1 good guy, how are we going to keep the 2 radicals out? And if you've got, let's say, 1% of 2 billion people that want to bring down the West, like, what do you do about chance of death to America and Dearborn?
Oh my God, this is literally giving me PTSD war flashbacks to watching her on her take, recycle these same garbage, vacuous, stupid. They're not even talking points. They're just questions, literally just asking questions that she asked in response to the Iranian strikes and being like, yeah, I get it. We probably shouldn't be starting another war, but also they have signs that say death to America. So can you really say we shouldn't be bombing them?
This is what I'm saying. What do you say?
I keep hearing assimilation. Piers, I keep hearing assimilation. And again, this is the point which you're making. You keep saying assimilation, that is the answer. Again, what happens when people who are born here, who were brought here in chains, and their ancestors and their folks are here, and you still are dealing with white domestic terrorism? Is that assimilation? See, this is the problem. Y'all somehow think that assimilation, that's going to be the answer. That's not. It is not the answer. And so it's nonsensical to think so.
Well, depends what you mean.
Immigrants generally thrive in America.
Yeah, let them define assimilation.
Let me bring in Cenk here.
I'll define
Let me bring in Cenk. I'll
define it. It's not chanting death to America.
I'll define it with a negative. Got it. I'll say it's not this. Let's define it by its opposite. What's assimilation? Oh, it's when you don't chant death to America.
Loving America, wanting to pursue the
it's
American
also not
dream.
participating in a violent insurrection.
That's kind of the answer, in my opinion.
Can I say something, please, to Cenk? So, Cenk, this word assimilation, what it really means to me, at its purest, is that if you come to, say, the United States or the UK or Australia from another country, particularly another country which has a very different culture. So say you come from the Middle East and you come to live in America, live in London, live in Sydney, whatever. The word assimilate means that you do your best to be part of the new culture you're joining. What you don't do is put a drawbridge up and start your own culture within the culture of the country you go to at the expense of that nation's culture. I mean, at its purest...
That's not true!
Well, that is true.
Okay, what you just described is...
Assimilation just means being evangelical Christian. It means either WASP culture or jingoism. That's jingoistic patriotism. That's what these people conflate it with. People like Jillian Michaels.
Case. Then the Italians, the Jewish, the Polish, every group that came to the United States did exactly what you just said. They had own communities, own culture. So, do y'all understand the history of America?
Yes. And I also understand that in the
and what you described.
Well, I don't remember the Italians in America setting up their own rival court system, for example, unless I missed it.
How about the mob, dude? Remember that?
Haven't either.
Yeah, no. Because in the
How
UK,
about organized crime syndicates that led to like racketeering, drug dealing, etc.
In the UK, we now have nearly 100 Sharia courts have been set up. Okay, so I don't remember that happening with any of the Poles or the Italians in the United States. That's what I'm talking about, Cenk.
Okay, all right. So what I can't stand is the double.
Like the idea that there weren't like ethnic enclaves of all of these different immigrant populations. Because he's like they fit into our modern day conception of what constitutes like whiteness is ridiculous. These were all groups of immigrants and people that were othered, not considered true white people, that were considered fucking swarthy, that were not trusted, that were discriminated against, and people had xenophobic attitudes towards.
Standards. So if, for example, Jillian said, what if 10% Muslims are violent? Okay. If you said that about Jewish people and you said, look, I'm not worried about most Jews, but, if 10% of Jews are treacherous and serve Israel first and betray their country. Hold on. No, Jillian. Now you let me talk.
Gaza?
Okay. No, you let me talk. No.
Gaza? That's all she says in response to him.
Okay. So now, if you said 10% of Jews are the real problem, everyone would be outraged, and rightfully so. That's not the right thing to say. But people say it blithely about Muslims, like we don't count, and it's no big deal to discriminate against us. Now let's talk about immigration. You fill out forms. If some idiot fills out a form and says, I'm for ISIS, I'm for Muslim extremism, and you don't want to let him into the country, of course you don't let him into the country. But now we're talking about Muslims at large. Wait, that's a totally different thing. By the way, are we doing the same thing for Israelis? Are we having them fill it? Hold on. Are we asking them to fill out a form? Are you against murdering 20,000 Palestinian kids? And if they say, no, I am for it, and I like what Israel did, are we banning them because they're sick, violent extremists who don't mind the murder of 20,000 children? No, of course not. In fact, when you look at the forms right now, what we're asking in entering our country is, what are your views about Israel? Who gives a damn what their views about Israel are when they're coming to America? Why are we asking about a different country? What I care most about is American sovereignty. Now, Roland is right. Muslims come here, Jews come here, Italians, etc. We all assimilate to some degree. I love the Pittsburgh Steelers. My favorite food is subs, etc. And I'm sure that's true of Jews.
That's so cute. Cenk's favorite food is subs.
Christians everywhere, right? But we also keep
man of taste.
Part of our culture. And if we said to, again, Jewish people, like we're saying to Muslims.
Truly, like that's actually like one of the most American answers you could have fucking given.
How dare you not assimilate? What's with the silly hat and the stupid little things and the things coming out of your pockets? Why don't you assimilate? The real problem is the Jews. And they're too, hold on. And they're too loyal to Israel. And that's the real problem. They will not assimilate. All they care about is Israel. Everyone would say you're an unacceptable anti-Semite and you should be canceled forever.
Listen, I've got to wrap the debate. But what I would say, though, is there should be lines that we can all agree to draw. One is if you chant global intifada, everybody knows what that means. There have been 2 intifadas.
Everyone knows what it means when you say globalize the empanada.
30-odd years.
Or what did fucking Lindy Lee say? Globalize. She basically said like globalize infratada.
And they were both extremely violent. So when people call for that and chant about
it... How about the violence of the occupation?
Okay.
They are uprising against a brutal fascist occupation for 58 brutal terrorist years. But you never talk about the Israeli violence in the same way. When Israelis get together,
I've regularly criticized
occupy the Palestinians, enslave them.
I've regularly criticized it. I've regularly criticized it. But when you allow,
that's not the debate we have in America.
When you allow, as Australia and England have done, to allow mass demonstrations pro-Palestinian where people chant global intifada or death to the IDF or wave the Hamas.
Like, what is the prescription? Is anybody going to ask him, what do you want them to do about this? Do you think that they should not allow these? Is that not valid free speech? If you even just grant him that that's happening, which is not fucking happening, what are they supposed to do? Shut down these protests? Is that not an expression of free speech? Are they supposed to criminalize this speech? What does he want?
Insignia, that to me all crosses a line. That's an incitement to violence.
Can we be
allowed? They're not allowed. This is also, like the other snug premise is that like there hasn't been disruption to these very demonstrations that he's talking about, which is a lie.
Like the Australian Jewish community. The line. Wait, can I just say this to end on a positive note?
Yeah.
like the Australian Jewish community, when they were given the opportunity to dehumanize Muslims and Palestinians, did you see what they did? They said, we're not going to do that. We're only going to blame the two shooters, and we're in this together. Be like that, folks. Don't be like Jillian and Emily and try to go against Muslims and immigrants and all this nonsense, divide and conquer. We're all in this together.
Immigrants, and this is today's debate.
The fact that you have to straw man arguments and put words in people's mouths shows that you have no
has been blaming other religions.
You call me a white nationalist. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I must say, I've heard of some curious ways of ending on a.
Wow, that was awesome crosstalk at the end there. Great way to end it.
Positive note. That was not one of them.
No, that's an
I've got to leave it there. I've got to leave it. It's hard to think of a
This guy like triggered them like nobody else on the panel. That was at least the most enjoyable part of this. James like smiling.
Then hammering two of your co-panelists, but we'll leave it there. I actually think what they said in Australia was a good thing, and we should all strive to be unifying forces and not polarizing forces. We started this with Donald Trump's comments on Rob Reiner. How nice it would have been if Donald Trump had come out and paid tribute to Rob Reiner, the filmmaker, because I bet he's loved his films, rather than trashing him on a human level, which I just thought crossed a line. We all, I think, know where a lot of lines are that shouldn't be crossed, and we've got to come together and make sure nobody crosses them. Then life will slowly start to improve from this toxic hell we're currently infested with. Anyway, thank you all very much. Christmas is...
Oh, God. Fucking train wreck of a panel. And because I watched it, you guys should reward me for my suffering and consider subscribing to me or gifting subs throughout the chat. If you are enjoying my stream, if you're watching on YouTube, you can also super chat me. I will read out your super chat message. Or if you send a super sticker, we'll do the same as well. You can also gift subs throughout the chats. Gives people, I may have already said that, it's 4:30 in the fucking morning. You should like the stream if you're watching on YouTube. Really helps push it out in the algorithm. Subscribe to me if you aren't already. Hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live. I'm at Straighterade_ on everything. I will be back tomorrow, you guys, and covering the Erika Kirk town hall for sure. Going to also, I do want to see that David Pakman panel still. And yeah, anything else I missed? You guys are going to be, I'm sending you guys to Carbon Says. He's debating conservatives. So you guys have a good time. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, and there's also going to be a special guest on tomorrow's stream. And it's going to be earlier. It's going to be like around like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. Eastern time. Even though I didn't plan on staying up this late, I am going to do it for you guys because I already committed to it. So I will see you guys then. Bye.